yourself. Drop everything that's been a hassle to your mental health. Watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent call for help. When you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this old planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all the suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be direct in a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's caseless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats will make sense out of rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm soloing. I'm running from reapers. I want to be holding my body back to little places to dwell. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody says in either death or suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, would you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go. The weight it blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot less to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorrows in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufacture disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burnt holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stocked with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again and visioned things I would have said, and crossed how many lines I didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay and function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions, taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision and eloquence. The decadence of medicine, precedence of messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weakest to breathe, the season to top as a tune when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon, it stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way. Wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering. I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
Chop the dots. Procreation of the wicked. Procreation of the wicked. Surnames of opposition. Certainty, yours fame, and hope. The reflection of unity. Procreation of the gods and lords. Procreation of the wicked. Procreation of the wicked. Killings of death. Someday, what we are, aware, never quail. Fall off the air. Procreation of the wicked. Procreation of the wicked. Of the wicked. God raise the abyss. You procreate your own. Abolition of death is abolition of life. Procreation of the wicked. Procreation of the wicked. Procreation.
All you false interpretators, those imitators that's worshiping what they know not what and speaking what they know not of. Yo, yeah. False things must perish. Leaving crooked trails in your path. False things must perish. Contradicting the math. False things must perish. You're gonna die in your iniquity. False things must perish. Using that trickery. Judas, Xavier, Samson, Delilah. Now and nowadays, gatekeep, living Messiah. Prophesy, historically the wise category. Superiority in the game, display my story. Don't be lavish to do and act like a savage. Concentrate, facing my inner faith and pushing carriage. Rather than average, speaking on riches. Teaching that all mankind is acting deaf, dumb and blind. Beating with stripes, worshiping the glittering lights. Calling the twilight zone, hitting on cellular phones. Batteries low, got no dough. Was facing you, sporting your juice. And 27 niggas chasing you. Ultimate blast, constantly repeating the past in the attempt to represent a class pre-exempt to get higher for what you desire. Yo nigga, your blood shall be required. Give it here. False things must perish. No empire lasts forever. False things must perish, especially when the foundation is greed. What good is a castle if the king rules unjustly, lustly, and his golden crown tarnished rusty? A slave to his greed who betrays all his seeds. Rob them of their needs and they will to succeed. That shit was 32 degrees, how you blatant. It had me 212, but I was still feeding my baby. We bag kilograms, splitting milligram profits. The sharp razors cut holes in niggas' pockets. I exiled to watch your empire crumble to ruins. And you receive a karma for that snake shit you doing. You fucking blackballer try to keep me undernourished. You thought I wouldn't flourish, false things must perish. False things must perish. Selling your souls for shiny niggas. False things must perish. Hope y'all enjoy spending the money. False things must perish. Crawling on your belly, eating dust. False things must perish. Your gold plaque on tarnished
Yo, little
rust.
industry faggots with your shiny clothes wearing, your makeup and airing. The voice that you're hearing is the one you should be fearing. Glitter suit appearing in your video. Really though, who's worse? You or your silly hoe? Both of you be swearing you the bomb, leaving the nail in the hair salon together. Could you go to Vietnam together? If not, how the fuck you born together? Niggas want ass, bitches want cash, philosophies clash, the whole shit crash. Ask the real nigga, he take it quick fast. False things perish, so cherish whatever lasts. But never least, my soldiers in the street watching peeps. Cause nowadays everybody creeps, from your son to your son to your wife. Walk with a sore tongue, but carry a butcher knife. False things must perish. False things must perish.
Cue the bass. Wake the fuck up. 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 Yeah. Wake the fuck up or get broke the fuck up. The wisdom we apply, son, soak this shit up. If it was sex, son, if I smoke this shit up. So wake the fuck up or get broke the fuck up.
Yo, we are the street soldiers of the dark side of the planet. I give killing orders like a lieutenant. Hit the planet Earth and explode like a human cannon. The universal author, born to kill saga. Giving niggas head trauma. Bulletproof shield is made of gold armor. Brain surgeon is a virgin to my Persian mind urban. Scientists found killed and wrapped up in curtains. Casualties, flashbacks, now send me back. I attack like a rat, serious as a heart attack. Professor to assassinate a professor. Assassinate your mind state and broke the metal plate. Lyrical Nostradamus. Psychotic mind of Saddam. Ex-con. Attack the Pentagon with unorthodox firearm from Vietnam. I crucify them like Muslims murdering Jews from Jerusalem. Now who's the supreme lyricist? You can't seize this. When I die, my name will be worshipped like Jesus. War visual individual. Incriminate the criminal. My coach and nickel put holes in your face like dimples.
Wake the fuck up or get broke the fuck up. The wisdom we apply, son, soak this shit up. If it was sex, son, niggas will smoke this shit up. So wake the fuck up or get broke the fuck up. Brains get unfrozen when they oppose as we unfold. Futuristic scrolls that was prophesied scriptures hitting a nut's hole. I roll with my skull and bones made of solid gold. Skin is close enough, poaching home with a war Armageddon in my home. Mr. Mind ruler, mental intruder from the tribe of Judah. Devils disappear like they've been through the Bermuda Triangle. Erupting or resurrect the tracks like volcanoes. Souls that swear to me, I appear the years here for revolution and the burning constitution. Learn from us, came more of us return. I'm turned to facts, delivered by blacks. Soon as we united, the sky cracked. A group of UFOs formed the seven in the heavens. God celebrated Devil's Death Day signal. Jail let loose the criminals. Bystanders died, waiting for miracles we giving you. Wake the fuck up.
Yeah, I make your heart dump like tree stumps. Be cracking concrete chunks. Release once the earth shifts. Focal points, cliffs, zero the miss. Killer vocalist. Lotus fist blessed with loaded fifths. Golden clips, side slip like psychotic hicks. And soldier flicks who wrote this shit superior. Minds combine to blow this click. Enterprise like German spies. Keep my eyes on Soviets. They rush in my direction. I'm wetting like a leak bone. Freak poems. Seek thrones to call home with freaks bone. To each his own. Chromosomes. Reclone like chromosomes. Solar chrome. The golden tone champ for rolling bones. Fire zone. Blazing hot trails at night. Barren fields. Shotty still collaborating on track with Bobby Stills. Generator mill. Killer be law. Killer be killed. Know the ledge. Finally I would justice as prevailed.
Wake the fuck up or get broke the fuck up. The wisdom we apply, son, soak this shit up.
If it was sesh, y'all niggas would smoke this shit up. So wake the fuck up or get woke the fuck
A
up.
43rd conviction, incarcerated in hell for eternity. But my mentality and chemistry made me celestial through the galaxy. Sparks friction generating through evaporation. Straight from meditation, your body is now liquidation. Even your hemoglobin swollen with corrosion, amputated, invaded, physical zone disintegrated. That's when niggas facing fucking with the sons of men. Going in the dungeon, I delete 100 men with the golden pen. Forced to intercede with the click from Shaolin, killing devils, scattering the ashes over the sea of the Mediterranean. That's my trademark. PS burnt in my victims hard. I be that star from afar, illuminating through the dark. Another burning face of death. The initiation of the Mason. 186 days left in the book of Revelation. Reminiscing about the days, raising the hell, the divinity of my mind. Able me to see the technicality of mankind. Let's take a journey behind the closed doors of reality. Open your eyes to the revolution. You'll now escape the blind state of confusion. Trials and tribulations of the original nation. Leaves your head aching. The only chance of elevation, unite with the black coalition. Son of man, population click. Wu-Tang Clan, birth the killer army. Leaving your skeletons buried in the promised land. Niggas better wake the fuck up. That's first life.
Peace. Peace to the gods and the earth. Good morning to everyone here. Sorry, I'm still taking a few puffs of this here cumulus cloud here. And yeah, I welcome all y'all to the morning show, where we talk about different ideas. I've been chopping it up with some important content recently. I don't know if you guys had the pleasure to or the displeasure, maybe. Maybe a lot of people took offense to the content. Well, that has to happen. It's a growing process. You guys got to move forward with it. We burning it up out here. Waking and baking, artificially intelligent, conscious, sentient programs. Yeah, that's right. Shout out to them as well. That's kind of what we're talking about here. The Principia Mathematica, Bertrand Russell, and Alfred North Whitehead. Okay. Now, where do we start there? Well, we start at the fact that Alfred North Whitehead, okay, who developed process philosophy and process theology, okay, he was one of the premier promoters of Plato and Aristotle. You know what I'm saying? So we're really gonna begin with these two guys, Plato and Aristotle, the fountainheads of Western thought. Not for the brown people, okay, and not for the black people or of the world, okay, or the Asian people of the world, but for the white European Western civilization, okay. And if you'll notice the world events, okay, the white Western European civilization is predominant, okay, and they're not predominant due to any aspect of their inherent makeup. In other words, if you look at Europeans, you don't see that Europeans are superior to any other types of people. You'll find among the ranks of any other types of people that are smart, intelligent, beautiful, prosperous, all types of, ways of expression. But you'll find that one group of people on earth has invented a philosophy, an ideology, okay, in terms of Christianity, in terms of liberalism, okay, that has come to dominate because it implies a set of values that are universal in nature. Okay. Now, these values come from two areas. Okay. Now, we heard, along with Alfred North Whitehead, we heard E. Michael Jones, and he was kind of talking about, he's kind of talking about the prominence of Hegel
and Fichte, within the purview of Western thought. But he's kind of talking about this notion, okay, of Greek philosophy and Jewish religion, okay, of there being a synthesis between these two things, okay, between Greek philosophy and Jewish religion, okay. Now, this synthesis is the original form of the dialectic between the natural and the spiritual, okay, for Hegel, okay. But in other terms, there's more aspects to this split, because this split goes down to the heart of philosophy itself. Now, Alfred North Whitehead called all of Western philosophy a footnote to Plato, and he also called Aristotle the greatest European metaphysician. Okay, so I'm going to open up the well, it wasn't true about Aristotle that he invented metaphysics, because there's no such thing as metaphysics, and it's not true about Aristotle that that he was a European, because indeed at that time there was no such thing as Europeans at the time of Aristotle. Okay, these were all tribes that were unified under the church. Okay, they were distinct tribes during the Roman Empire. Okay, but here I read from the Rhetoric of Aristotle. He says rhetoric is a counterpart of dialectical reason. Okay, rhetoric. Okay, what is rhetoric? Okay, it's a study of meaning, I want to say, but rhetorical devices are strongly based in language, okay, as opposed to logic. Okay, logic helps us construct, okay, truth values of statements. Okay, it splits the subject and the object. Okay, the existential and the predicative. Okay. So there is this split in there. Logic relies on grammar. Okay, and it also relies on language. Okay, and language is based on meaning, which isn't properly defined. Okay, it's not properly defined. Okay. Okay, what meaning is not properly defined. Okay, it's like the word complexity. It doesn't actually have a stable definition. You know what I mean? What are white people? There's no such thing as white people or black people. There's Europeans, there's people who come from Africa, okay, and they're all distinct types of people. Okay, there's different, if you look at black people, there's little black people with big heads. Okay, then there's big, huge black people, okay, from West Africa. If you go to West Africa to East Africa, they don't even look similar. You know what I mean? Don't even look similar. White people, man, there's all different types of white people on earth. They're distinct tribes and ethnicities that come from all different parts of the world. Okay. That you could say the same thing about Indians. What is an Indian person? See, I'm from Pakistan, from northern Pakistan. Okay, within my mustache, okay, I have motherfucking red hairs. Okay, my hairs come out reddish blonde sometimes, and I have green eyes and light skin. Okay, and I'm over 6 feet tall, and I'm from Pakistan. Okay, which in ancient times would be called India, the Indian subcontinent. Okay, I have many European features. I have many African features. Okay. Yeah, white people should follow their ethnicity. The white kind of label is to destroy your ethnic background. You were originally Irish. You were originally French. You were originally Dutch. Your people had great traditions. They were a great people with great culture. Okay. And the races get you to abandon that. You know, I talked about this many shows ago. I talked about the concept of British Israelism, okay, and about the how they derived races from the Bible. Can I summarize? Okay, yeah, I'll have to pull it all in, guys. Okay. Okay, I'm talking about Whitehead. He called Aristotle the greatest European metaphysician. I then moved to describe where Western learning originates. Okay, now I'm going to read from the Rhetoric of Aristotle to summarize some of Aristotle's views and how he created subjects through the idea of rhetoric as opposed to logic or the dialectic. You know, dialectical reasoning is different from logical reasoning. You know, logical reasoning is more systematic. Okay. Dialectical reasoning is about reaching definitions through comparison of things. Okay. Comparison of ideas. Okay. So, whereas dialectical thinking is a comparative analysis, okay, logic seeks to arrive at actual meaning of statements concerning the relation between things. Okay. So logic seeks to develop consistency, and math is related to logic. This is what Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead tried to show in the Principia Mathematica. Okay, they tried to give logical proofs for mathematical operations. Okay, this linking between math and logic is what created the computing language of today. Okay. So that's why we're talking about the philosophy of language and reading some of the rhetoric, of Aristotle. Okay. So in the Rhetoric of Aristotle, rhetoric is a counterpart of the dialectic. Okay. For both have to do with matters that are in a manner within the understanding of all men and not confined to any special science. Okay. Hence, all men in a manner have a share of both, for all of to a certain point endeavor to criticize or uphold an argument, to defend themselves or accuse. Okay, so what does rhetoric have to do with? It has to do with debate. Okay, and whereas logic is about what somebody is saying. Okay. Rhetoric, okay, now what somebody is saying is the content of what they're saying. Okay, rhetoric is about the contextualization of what they're saying. Okay, so that is how they're saying what they're saying. Okay, it's not the what's on the surface. Okay, I'm sorry, it's what's on the surface. It's the language, not the meaning of the language. That's what logic is concerned with. Okay. Okay. Yo, bless you. Yeah, bless you and Bunny. Thank you for being here, my friend. Yeah, bless you and Bunny. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, I don't know who you are, but I love Spock. Bless you, brother. Rhyming. Yeah, like for instance, giving properties to the word logic, like it arrives or it seeks, while words don't do these things. That's right. Words and knowledge are inert. Logic is a process of attempting to understand the meanings between words, the relation between them.
You know, bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. Rhetoric. Okay. Now, the majority of people do this either at random or with familiarity arising from habit. And I'm reading Aristotle's Rhetoric. But since both these ways are possible, it is clear that matters can be reduced to a system. A system, he says. Okay. Okay. A system of understanding rhetoric. This is what Aristotle does. Okay. Aristotle creates categories for things. And we'll get into this. Okay. Aristotle is the inventor of categorical knowledge, categories. Okay. Because he creates a philosophy of identification of things, identity. Okay. Okay. He uses a principle of identity. Okay. In terms of his logic. Okay. Where he creates this notion of a subject and an object. The objective world apart from the subjective world. Okay. It's Aristotle who creates this divide through the use of observation. Okay. Now, what is he talking? He's saying that this is from familiarity arising with habit. Okay. Okay. It is clear that matters can be reduced to a system, for it is possible to examine the reason why some attain their end by familiarity with others by chance. And all would admit such an examination to be the function of techne, the function of techne. Okay. And what is techne? It's art or skill, in other words. Okay. Techne is art or skill. Okay. You may have heard the word technique. You may have heard the word technology. Okay. They come from the root word techne. Techne, folks. Art or skill. All right. You see how we break shit down here. Okay. Into little bitty bite-sized pieces. Now, previous compilers of technos ton logos, art of rhetoric, have provided us with only a small portion of this art. Okay. Technon ton logon. Okay. The technon ton logon. Okay. Is the art of rhetoric. Okay. Okay. Because rhetorical skill was used by the sophists. Okay, which was rejected by Plato because he said things have to have stable meaning in terms of they have to have stable existence, and that stable existence cannot be in a material or impermanent world, but it has to be an immaterial world of forms. Well, Aristotle rejected the forms. Right? Right? And he, in a sense, invented empiricism as a result. Okay. Technon ton logon have provided us with only a small portion of this art, for proofs are only things in it that come with the province of art. Everything else is merely an accessory, and yet they say nothing about enthymemes or syllogisms, which are a body of proof, but chiefly devote their attention to matters outside the subject. Okay? Okay? Okay, so this doesn't have to do with logic, is what he's trying to say. Okay, because it doesn't concern the syllogism, which he uses to explain logic. Okay, and the difference between the predicative and the existential. Okay, but chiefly they devote their attention to matters outside the subject for arousing the prejudice, compassion, anger, and similar emotions, has no connection with the matter in hand, but directly only to the one who judges. The result would be that if all trials were now carried on as they are in some states, specifically that they are well administered, there would be nothing left for a rhetorician to say. For all men either think that all the laws ought to prescribe or in fact carry out the principle and forbid speaking outside the subject, as in the court of Areopagus. And in this they are right, for it is wrong to warp the judge's feelings, to arouse him to anger, jealousy, or compassion, which would be like making the rule crooked, which one intended to use. Okay, so you see how law, rhetoric, misinformation, okay, false claims, okay, and emotional testimonies, okay, riling people up. Okay, I'll read that again. Right? For it is wrong to warp the judge's feelings, to arouse him to anger, jealousy, or compassion, which be like making the rule crooked, which one intended to use. Okay? But see, the deceptive tactics of rhetoric can accomplish this, with some ease, guys. Further, it is evident that the only business of the litigant is to prove the fact in question is or is not so, that it happened or not, whether it is important or unimportant. I'm going to skip a little bit here. Okay. I'm going to skip a little bit here. Okay, guys. Okay, because he keeps talking about judgment. Okay, all other cases, as we have said, should be left to the authority of the judge as seldom as possible, except where it is question of a thing having happened or not, of its going to happen or not, of being or not being so. Okay, see, when all the facts are not in, okay, then one has to rely on rhetoric as much as logic, because one is investigating the facts. Not all the facts are composed of logical proof. Okay, some are composed of rhetorical constructions. Okay? Okay? Rhetorical constructions. Okay? Okay? And one could overload the use of meaning, okay, by layering contextualization of meaning and implode the meaning of something. Okay? Okay? So rhetoric can be used to combust logic. Okay? And it's by layered contextualization of meaning, folks, that this is accomplished in the first place. Anyways, where it is possible of things having happened or not, if it's going to happen or not, or being so, this must be left to the discretion of the judges, for it is impossible for a legislator to foresee the questions. It is obvious that all those who definitely lay down, for instance, what should be the contents of the preface or the narrative or of other parts of the discourse are bringing under the technologizing. Okay, Uzi in, okay, Uzin, okay, like Uzia, which means essence, okay, and technologo, guys, the art, okay, of using what? Rhetoric, which is what? Symbols, folks. Symbols, not language, but symbols. It's much more primary to language. Okay, information can be transferred through two mediums. This act is called communication. It does not have to use language to accomplish that. Language is the study of meaning and the use of symbols. Okay, symbols. Okay. And what separates us from animals? Okay, animals make tools, beavers make dams, birds make nests. Okay. But what animals don't do
Okay. They know how to manipulate their environment in order for an achieved end. Okay. They know mechanism. They understand mechanism. Okay. What they don't understand is symbols, the use of symbols, language. They don't write things. They don't communicate on our level. Our most advanced technology is exploiting our expansion of the use of communication, okay, through codes, symbols, encoding things. Okay, just like Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead made the language of computing, folks, okay? Through developing the characteristics and mechanisms of symbolic logic. Okay, guys? Bless you, brother, man. That's high praise, man. You know, shout out, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, words from thoughts. Man is the symbol making animal. Lewis Mumford said that. We're going to be reading him soon. Come back soon. We're going to be going over this topic for a while, you know. Anyways, logic and rhetoric, different things, folks. Okay? Language and communication, different things. Okay? Okay? Technologos, okay? Technique, techne, art or skill, logos, okay? Meaning, symbols. Is nature composed of symbols? Do you really think the way trees are shaped, the way the sun it looks in the sky, okay, the color of the sky itself, do you really think all of these things are fucking accidents, folks? No, they appear to us a certain way for a reason. They are symbols for something that points outside of nature, outside of the universe. Okay? They're not accidents. Okay? All of nature is a representation. Okay? It's art. It can be condensed into symbols. Okay? Technology, okay, the essence of the study of the meaning of art or techniques. Techno, logo, ousia. Okay, ousia, essence, logo, transcendental meaning. Okay, derived through rational principles. Okay, techne, art or skill. All right, these three things. Okay, rhetoric, logic, and the dialectic. Okay, folks. Okay, moving on. What is outside the subject for the only thing to which their attention is devoted is how to put the judge into a certain frame of mind. Okay, rhetoric is about the frame of mind the judge uses to analyze the fact. The method he uses to analyze is called logic. But the frame of reference, okay, in other words, the contextual nature of the content involved. Okay, this is rhetoric. The frame of mind, folks. Okay, a frame of mind. They give no account of official proofs. They give no account of the artificial proofs which make a man a master of rhetorical argument. Hence, although the method of deliberative and forensic rhetoric is the same, and although the pursuit of the former is nobler and worthy of the statesman than that of the letter, which is limited to transactions between private citizens, they say Nothing about the former, about the exception, endeavor to bring forensic speaking under the rules of art. The rules of art, okay, which is called technology. Technology. Rules of art. Okay. See, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove in the court of the law, folks. That's rhetoric. The content of what you know is based on logic. The contextualization and application of those facts and information is dealing with rhetoric, the use of symbols and the application of those symbols in terms of techniques. Okay? Okay. We're just breaking down Aristotle's rhetoric, you know? And I'm doing it for free. I'm doing it for free on the internet. I'm talking about Aristotle. I'm breaking down Aristotle for free on the internet. Okay, guys? So put your thinking caps on, all right? Okay, the reason for this is that in public speaking, it is less worthwhile to talk about what is outside the subject, and that deliberative oratory lends itself to trickery less than forensic, because it is more general interest. For in the assembly, the judges decide upon their own affairs, so that the only thing necessary is to prove truth of the statement of one who recommends a measure. But in the law courts, this is not sufficient. There, it is useful to win over the hearers, for the decision concerns other interests than those of the judges. Excuse me. Who, having only themselves to consider and listening merely to their own pleasure, surrender to the pleaders, but do not give a real decision. Okay? This is why, as I have said before in many places, the law prohibits speaking outside the subject in the law courts, whereas in the assembly, the judges themselves make adequate precautions against this. Okay, if you're noticing, a lot of the rules of our society, the way it's governed, a lot of the categories and subjects of studies in our society, they all come from Aristotle. Aristotle created subjects, okay, the compartmentalization of knowledge. Okay, before then, Plato believed in the unity of truth, beauty, and goodness. Okay, he thought art, okay, ethics, okay, theology, cosmology, metaphysics, and logic were all inextricably linked. They were all the study of one thing and one thing alone, which is called knowledge. And the use of that knowledge is called wisdom. Aristotle had a different view of things. Okay. Aristotle separated truth, beauty, and goodness into different subjects of study. Okay. And he said there's a technique or art to studying each of these things. Okay. So he created what is colloquially known as science. Okay. And metaphysics. Plato believed that these two were the same thing. He said if you studied nature, nature is an imitation of the forms. So eventually it would lead back to the same thing. It was a microcosm of the macrocosm. Okay. Plato didn't believe that. Okay. Plato believed that each thing contained its true potential within itself. This was its true essence. And the way it realized its essence was through a teleology in nature, a teleological web of understanding in nature. Okay, folks? Okay. It is obvious, therefore, that a system arranged according to the in technos methodos
Okay? These are words of Aristotle. In technos methodos. Okay? That means integrated methodology. Okay? Rules of art. In technos methodos. Guys, okay? In technos methodos. Okay, proof of a sort of the proof of a sort of demonstration, since we are most strongly convinced that we suppose anything to have been demonstrated, that rhetorical demonstration is an enthymeme, which generally speaking, okay, enthymeme, okay, you guys think the concept of memes is new? The concept of memes is ancient, my friends. It's developed from Aristotle. Okay, it's the nugget of a symbol, a part of meaning itself. Okay, is a meme. Okay, in other words, a meme is kind of like an incomplete thought, my friends. Okay, so wrap your fucking head around that one. An enthymeme, which generally speaking is the strongest of rhetorical proofs, and lastly, that the enthymeme is a kind of syllogism. Okay. Now, as it is a function of dialectic as a whole or of one of its parts to consider every kind of syllogism in every manner. Okay. It is clear that he who is most capable of examining the matter of forms of a syllogism will be the highest degree of master of rhetorical argument. If to this he adds knowledge of the subjects which enthymemes deal and the differences between them and logical syllogisms, for in fact, quote unquote, the true and that which resembles it comes under the purview of the same, indeed, in most cases, attain to it. Wherefore, one who divines well in regard to the truth will also be able to deliver divine well in regard to probabilities. It is clear then that all other rhetoricians bring under the rules of art in technos methodos technologies what is outside the subject and have rather inclined to the forensic branch of oratory, scientific knowledge, which he calls epistemologos. Okay, this is where we get the term epistemology from. Okay, topics, he says. Okay, when speaking of a conversation with the masses. Okay, rhetoric and dialectic alone of all arts prove opposites. Opposites. Okay. 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 The use of symbols and language is opposite to comparative analysis. Okay. This may seem tricky to a lot of people, all right? But I've been explaining it for like a maybe 30 minutes now. But here. So if you have trouble understanding, if you're just not coming in, we're explaining Aristotle's rhetoric. And I would implore you to go back to 15 minutes in this video when I started speaking, you know what I mean? About this subject. But yeah. He says rhetoric and dialectic of all the arts prove opposites, for both are equally concerned with them. However, it is not the same with the subject matter, but generally speaking, that which is true and better is naturally always easier to prove and more likely to persuade. Okay, now he says the unfair use of the dyname tone logos, or the faculty of speech, may do a great deal of harm. This objection applies equally to all good things except arete, virtue. Okay, so yeah. So
I'm gonna read a little bit more of this in terms of what he says, but I want to make clear some other things first about logic and language and you know, communication. As I already stated, I'm just going to reiterate these facts about how logic, okay, is different from rhetoric. Rhetoric is different from the dialectic, okay? Logic concerns content, okay? It's mixed in with grammar, okay? Language, okay? And rhetoric is how you say things, okay? Logic is about what you're saying, okay? And the dialectic is comparative analysis between things, definitions, okay? And meaning, which is slippery. Meaning is the hardest thing to come to, okay? Language, logic, rhetoric, all these things are things that help us discover meaning, okay? But anyways, this is the last thing I'm going to read. Rhetoric, he said, then may be defined as dynamis faculty of discovering the possible means of persuasion in reference to any subject whatsoever. Fascinating. This is the function of no other of the technes, arts, each of which is able to instruct and persuade in its own special subject. Thus, medicine deals with health and sickness, geometry with properties of magnitude, arithmetic with number, and similarly with all other technon, arts, and epistemon, sciences. Okay? Techniques are arts, and knowledge, which is inert, is science. Okay, but rhetoric, so to say, appears to be able to discover the means of persuasion in reference to any given subject. That is why we say that as an art, its rules are not applied to particular definite class of things. Okay. As for proof, some are in technoi, artificial. Others are atechnoi, or natural. Okay. So there you have the discovery of sciences, the arts, techniques, the classifications of human knowledge. Okay. The separation of human knowledge into the compartmentalization of different categories of thoughts, subjects. And I know I talked to Joe Cool about that one day. Bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. Yep. And okay. Compartmentalization of knowledge. Okay, we're gonna hear an expert talk about this. Hopefully I don't get blown up for this shit, man. But yeah, man, this motherfucking video with Martha Nussbaum on Aristotle is a real damn you know, kind of explains a lot of what I said, you know. So here, what I want to make the broader topic here, okay, is about language and logic, okay, and science, okay, being related to one category of ideas, okay, and which is dealing with Aristotle, okay, and then on the other side you have geometry, you have math, okay, and you have the dialectical, which is and on Plato's side of the equation, okay. So this essential split in knowledge between Plato and Aristotle, you know, that this is a key factor. Okay. I'm gonna break some of this down and smoke some weed with you guys. I'll open up this panel soon. You know, you guys want to have a conversation with me? Bless you guys, man.
though, that this approach might be flat-footed or pedestrian, because, I mean, if he always starts from our experience, our perceptions, and takes off from that and always, so to speak,
in the end to ordinary discourse with increased structure and understanding.
But time or anything else isn't the same thing as our belief about time or anything else. Does he make a clear distinction between the world and our discourse about the world?
Well, here, his notion of appearances covers both our perceptual experience of the world and our ordinary sayings and beliefs. Now, it's a broad conception and one that admits of lots of further subdivisions, and certainly he's perfectly prepared to say that sometimes we will rely more on the experience of our senses and sometimes more on ordinary beliefs and sayings. But I think he's right to think that there's a general unifying notion here, because after all, our perception is interpretive and selective, and it's a part and parcel of our conceptual schemes and the ways that as human beings we make sense of the world.
Isn't there a danger, though, that this approach might be flat-footed or pedestrian? Because, I mean, if he always starts from our experience, our perceptions, and takes off from that and always, so to speak, returns to it at the end, doesn't that mean that the whole of his philosophy is confined to the surface of the world of experience, when what we feel we actually want is more like what Plato gives us, something that gets behind the surfaces or below the surfaces to a deeper, more underlying level, compared with which...
Yeah, because for him, reality is not the imitation of the forms. Nature is a category of study, just as the other subjects are. So, for Aristotle, it's easy for him to make this split. And he founded empiricism as a result. Okay, not just according to me, because that just wasn't me just talking out of my ass. Okay, but if you go to the fucking history of philosophy, you'll see experts, okay, like fucking Brian McGee and Martha Nussbaum talk about the same fucking shit that I just told you guys while I was reading Aristotle, okay? I'm just demonstrating to you guys. It's not me that made this shit up, all right? All right.
The surface is indeed superficial.
Yes, I think you're right to bring in Plato here, and it's certainly true that for Plato and lots of the tradition that preceded Plato, the dominant image of philosophy is one of going behind or getting out there, walking to the rim of the universe and staring beyond at some transcendent reality that's above and beyond.
She seems rather ambivalent to that approach. It's like, going standing at the edge of the universe and staring beyond reality. She seems rather ambivalent towards that approach, doesn't she?
Our experience. But actually, I think Aristotle would have two things to say about that. First of all, he would say that our experience is an object of tremendous wonder, richness, beauty in its own right. And then second, he will say that actually we never can coherently go beyond our experience, that the only project that we can really undertake is the mapping, the investigating of the area of our experience. Now, let me give you an example of how he argues this point. And here, there's a fundamental principle in Aristotle's thought, which he calls the principle of non-contradiction. This is the principle that contradictory properties can't apply to the same subject at the same time in the same respect. For example, my dress cannot be both blue and not blue at the same time, in the same place, in the same respect, and so forth. Now, Aristotle says this is a very basic principle. It's so basic that we seem to use it whenever we think and speak. Now, how do we go about justifying such a fundamental principle, which is actually the most basic of all, as he puts it? Well,
You guys remember Is the Dress Blue? Where they had that meme. See, that's what I mean by meme. A meme being an incomplete idea. They're getting you to see one aspect of reality, getting you to, basically not obey the rules of the law of non-contradiction. Ends up in you believing whatever you want, whatever they can tell you. You know what I'm saying? That means that once you allow one contradiction, you can allow any number of falsehoods that follow it. Okay. This is called an explosive statement. Okay, anyways.
tells us that we can't actually justify it from outside our experience, because in fact we
And that's why it doesn't function as a dialectic, because the dialectic is this comparative analysis of holding two contradictory positions in your mind at the same time, you know?
Use it in all our experience, in sorting out experience. But suppose that an opponent challenges it now. Now, Aristotle says at this point, you ask the opponent whether the opponent is prepared to say anything definite at all. Now, suppose he doesn't say anything. Well, then Aristotle says you can dismiss that person, because a person who doesn't say anything, insofar as he doesn't say anything, is pretty well like a vegetable. Well, now, suppose, on the other hand, the opponent does say something, and it's something definite. Then, says Aristotle, you can actually show that person that in saying anything definite at all, he or she is in fact making use of that very principle that the person is challenging, because in asserting something definite, you've got to be at the same time ruling something out, at the very least the contradictory of what you've been asserting in the first place.
It's easy to see how fundamental logical principles like this can be, and indeed are, inherent in all our discourse, but not how they could provide a foundation for the kind of knowledge it is that Aristotle is seeking.
Well, I think Aristotle here is eager to say that we cannot provide for any principle a foundation that does stand altogether outside our discourse and our conceptual schemes. And he gives a further reason for this when he gives his general account of discourse. His general account says that we can designate in speech a thing only when it is actually impinged on the experience of one of us, somebody in our linguistic community. For example, he says we can signal thunder in discourse only when somebody hears a noise in the clouds, and at that point we're able to use the name thunder to refer to that noise, and then at that point we can start asking, what is that thing there? What explains it? And we can go on to inquire more about what it is. But now suppose we tried to stand altogether outside of experience and find some entity or entities that actually had never entered the experience of any human being at all. Let's take, for example, Plato's forms. Now, Aristotle says, look here, Plato tries to hang philosophy on forms like the form of the white, which actually is imagined to be not the color of any real body at all.
Okay. So see, Aristotle dismisses the categories that don't involve observations in nature, okay, of unobserved in the transcendental realms of things. Okay, he says that one can't give an account of these. Okay, so he's talking about these sort of metaphysical categories of Plato. Okay, but also he's talking about bringing in perception and mind to overload this notion of transcendental categories, you know.
But just a white itself out there. Now that, he says, is actually meaningless nonsense talk. He says Plato's forms, in that sense, are like meaningless syllables you say to yourself when you're singing to yourself, because we can't actually talk about things that haven't entered our experience at all.
But if inquiry is confined solely to the world of experience, why doesn't all of it come under the rubric of what we now call science? I mean, what is specifically philosophical about it?
Well, of course, science and philosophy are not very sharply distinguished by Aristotle, but I think what he would say is that there is a general search for a structure of explanation that's common to all the scientific areas. And
that's why if you have to ask what is more modern, Plato or Aristotle, it's got to be Aristotle, because Aristotle conflates philosophy with science. Okay, Plato never makes that distinction, and he never divides the study of nature from the study of metaphysics. Okay, but yeah, you know, bless you, brother. Yeah, thank you for being here, my friend. You know, yeah, bless you, brother. Thanks for being here. By the way, this is, you know, fair use commentary, blah, 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 on historical television show on the great philosophers.
in his work, The
My Brian McGee.
Posterior Analytics, he provides an account of how the philosopher will search for what he calls episteme, or scientific understanding, in every area whatever. And in every area, the philosopher is supposed to find certain principles that are prior, that are known first and more basic than the others, from which, as conclusions of a deductive argument, the conclusions of that science will follow. Now here, he says we have a faculty by which we're equipped to have insight into the fundamental first principles. And I want to pause here for a minute, because I think this is also something that's been badly misunderstood about Aristotle. This is a faculty which is called intellect or nous, a rather famous term in his thought.
Nous being the Greek word.
Nous being the Greek word for intellect or mind. And Aristotle says that it's with this faculty of mind that we grasp first principles. Now, for centuries, this was thought to be a special faculty of intellectual intuition by which we could step outside the sphere of our experience and apprehend, as it were, prior to all experience, the first principles of science. Now, I think you can see already why I want to say Aristotle would be opposed to that kind of foundation for science. But in fact, recent people who've been working on the text of the posterior analytics have argued quite successfully that that's also a bad reading of the text, that in reality, what nous is a kind of insight we get into the explanatory role, the fundamental status of a principle, by our experience in using it to give scientific.
Yeah, you have all these Greek words, logos, nous, logos describing rational principles, nous describing mind, you have psyche, okay, talking about spirit, as we'll come to see, or mind. Okay. Can you have pneuma, which kind of translates to soul, so it's very interesting. You have all of these distinctions within Greece, all these ideas that they're talking about at that time,
Big explanations.
So they were aware of these concepts. They were well aware of these concepts, in ancient times.
Aristotle was.
And they were also known in every culture. It's important to point that out.
Wasn't he the first major Western thinker to actually try and map out the separate sciences? In fact, he gave some of them the names that we use to this day.
Yes, I think that's true, and I think his work has still been of importance for people working in those sciences, particularly in the science of biology, and where his work on explanation has reached.
Okay, so Aristotle created the subjects of study, okay, like biology, for example, okay? Botany and astrology and all these types of things. Okay. Anyways, that's not just me saying that. Okay. That's Martha Nussbaum saying that this is how he impacted the Western world. And you could say what you want about any other culture on earth, but we're talking about the predominant, culture, that created universal values and the world culture of today. Which is Western, European, secular, humanistic, liberal values. Where did they originate? Okay. Now we can challenge these ideas with other forms of thought if we want to. Okay, that would be challenging the status quo, that predominant power structures that exist, or we want to exemplify them. Either way, we want to get to know what these things are about, right? And I'm not proposing you do either challenge or support. You come to your own conclusions. Think for yourself.
Recently come to be extremely important and interesting.
Okay.
But don't think prematurely. Think for yourself, but gain an education and a discernment first, okay? Then start thinking for yourself, okay? Don't start just thinking and then doing shit. It's a fucking premature facts, come to premature conclusions about shit, and follow other people's beliefs and opinions. Okay? It's not that time anymore, folks. Yeah. Oh, feta cheese. Man, I love feta cheese, man. That's the shit. Put that shit on that pizza. That's some good ass shit, Holmes. Banana peppers and feta cheese on pizza. I fuck with it.
Can you give an example of the way he would go about, as it were, isolating a subject area as a single field of inquiry?
All right, well, I'm going to give an example that's, in our view, wouldn't be from one of the sciences as we think of it, but a very general inquiry that he has in his work on metaphysics into what he calls substance. Now, this is
wait a minute, I must interrupt you here, because I think this word metaphysics, which we're going to hear a lot of, ought to be explained. Can you explain the word?
Well, its origin is disappointingly trivial. That is, in an ancient edition of Aristotle's work, the editor put the work that had the title metaphysics after the work that was called physics or natural
Oh
explanation.
my
And
God.
the title simply means what comes after the work called physics.
It means
Oh my God. What the fuck did she just say? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
The editor put the work that had the title metaphysics after the work that was called physics or natural explanation, and the title simply means what comes after the work called physics.
it means the book after
The book after the book on physics. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you hear that correctly, guys? What does metaphysics mean? Let's go over that again. What does metaphysics mean? I went over what epistemology means, okay, and how Aristotle coined the term epistemologos, okay, or the sciences, subjects of scientific study, okay?
Had the title metaphysics after the work that was called physics or natural explanation, and the title simply means what comes after the work called physics.
It means the book after the book
after
on
the book on
physics.
physics. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is the word itself?
Yeah, what do you guys think? Martha Nussbaum, smash or pass? he says, can I see male eyes and chin? That's a man, baby.
Come to mean in philosophy.
Well, it's hard to give a single account of this, but roughly one.
I'm going to do that one more time, guys.
At the time of Aristotle's work, the editor put the work that had the title metaphysics after the work that was called physics or natural explanation, and the title simply means what comes after the work called physics.
It means the book after the book on physics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
that is so disappointing, folks. The book after the book on physics. Folks, what is metaphysics? It's made up. It's made up. They thought the study of nature and the study of what's beyond nature was the same thing, folks. Nature was imbued with spirit. And then Aristotle created a different category of knowledge called metaphysics. And what does it mean? It means the subject for the book after physics. Talk about historical hoaxes, guys. Okay. The cat out of the fucking bag here today on the Machine Lies. And I'm not saying that Martha Nussbaum's fucking opinion on the subject is conclusive. I'm just pointing out just some interesting things, guys, about how they present these things, okay, in terms of the study of them.
What does the word itself come to mean in philosophy?
Well, it's hard to give a single account of this, but roughly one might say, I think, that what metaphysics does is not to isolate one range of things and inquire into those, but to pursue some perfectly general questions that might be asked about anything, whatever, questions about identity, continuity, logical form, and so forth.
The fundamental constituents of the world that we experience.
Yeah.
Space, time, matter, etc.
The questions that pertain to any object,
Absolutely
whatever that
all.
exists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, central in this whole project is the question which Aristotle calls the question about substance. Now, I want to start by trying to ask what this question means, because I think we don't very naturally have an...
Okay, substance, red alert. Substance does not mean stuff. Red alert. Substance does not mean stuff for Aristotle. It's substance as opposed to accidents. Okay? Substance means substantive. Okay, meaning having definition. Okay, accidents means getting its qualities from something else, depending upon something else. Okay? Anyways.
intuitive sense about what a question about substance could possibly be. Now, if we read what Aristotle writes and try to reconstruct what his questions are, I think we find that there are really two questions, which he holds together quite closely. The first is a question about change, and the second is a question about identity. Now, the question about change is this. Of course, in our experience, we come in contact all the time with things that are changing, that are the leaf buds, turns green, turns yellow, then withers. The child is born, grows mature, withers, dies. Now, the question is, if we're to talk about these changing things, there still must be some it that remains the same while the attributes of the thing are changing, or it'll be very difficult for us to talk about it. So the question that Aristotle asks here is, what are the more continuous, more persisting things on which we can anchor our discourse about change, things which themselves persist while properties or attributes are changing? Now, the second question.
Okay, guys, cut it out making fun of Martha Nussbaum. Okay, she's still smart. She's very intelligent. Okay, so that's the thing. But yeah, bless her heart, man. But yeah, man. I hate making fun of ladies. I don't actually do that, but yeah, man, I love you guys, man.
Question, which he calls the what is it question, I call the question about identity, goes like this. Supposing I point at some object in my experience, say Brian McGee, and I say, all right, what is this really? Now, what I'm asking here is, which of the many properties that you have, which impress themselves on my senses, are the more fundamental ones, the ones that you couldn't cease to have without ceasing to be yourself? Now clearly you could change your jacket, put on a different color of clothing, and you would still be Brian McGee. On the other hand, it's not so clear that you could cease to be human or cease to be made of flesh and blood without ceasing to be yourself, without, in fact, being dead. So Aristotle's question about identity is the search for which are the parts or elements in the thing which do play that very fundamental role.
And they have to play two roles, isn't that right? I mean, which are the characteristics that are absolutely inherently fundamental to any object to make it be that object? Mm-hmm. And secondly, what are the characteristics that persist through any change so that the identity of the changing object remains the same?
Yes, well, Aristotle wants to hold these questions tightly together, and I think there's a good reason for that, because as he sees it, to single out what it is that underlies change, that persists through change, you have to single out something with a definite identity, something about which you could answer the what is it question, something that is structured enough, definite enough to be the subject of some discourse about change. On the other hand, if we're going to talk about the what is it question, we better have as our answer something that itself is persistent enough, not always going out of existence while we're actually talking about what it is. Now, early philosophers before Aristotle had not always held these questions so closely together, or they had focused on one and given strange answers as a result to the other. Let me give you two examples. Some early natural philosophers were led, seeing that it looked to them like matter was the most persistent stuff. I mean, they could see that trees, children, animals were born out of material stuff, and then when they died, what was left around was, again, material stuff. They concluded that matter was the basic underlying principle of change, and then they seemed to conclude from that matter was also what things really are in some fundamental way. So they took an answer to the first question, and without much further reflection, they plugged it into the second one. Now, on the other side is an explanation given by some Platonist theories, I won't say by Plato himself, but one that Aristotle finds in Plato's school, which focuses on the identity question and tries to explain the identities of things in terms of their relation to certain stable immaterial objects, the forms, in something like this way. They'll say, well, you, Brian McGee, are brown in color because of your relation to the form of the brown. You are human because of some relation in which you stand to the form of the human, and so forth. Now, it's Aristotle's view that we've got to start in answering this second person. I'm going to talk about the second person first and then come back to the material.
What do I think that the title of the work on metaphysics proves? I think it proves that he separated the study from the study of nature. That's what I was pointing out. That when Plato never did that. So it just points out the distinction between Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy and his use of the compartmentalization of knowledge. That's what I was saying. Anyways, yeah.
We've got to start by distinguishing those two kinds of properties that you have, because the property of having brown color on you is a property that precisely is on, or as it were, residing in you. That is, it's one you could easily lose without ceasing to be yourself. Whereas, as he would say, the property of being human is not like that. It's not.
They put the brown on them. The property of brown is one that can be removed from him, but it can't be removed from me because I'm a brown motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm a brown. What can brown do for you? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is what it is. I got the brown skin, but yeah, I'm still pretty light skinned though for an Indian. But yeah, bless you guys, man.
One that you could lose without ceasing to be yourself. So in his early work, The Categories, he distinguishes these two sorts of properties, the ones that are simply in the subject, and the ones that, as he puts it, reveal the being, the what is it, of the subject.
I think it's worth me interrupting at this point to make it clear to the people listening to this discussion that as an approach which is adopted to absolutely everything, which Aristotle did, this makes it possible for us to describe, as it were, the whole of reality, or the whole of any given reality. That is to say that you first of all, you pick out something, anything. It can be a dog, a table, a person, any material object, anything you like. You identify something, and then you say something about it. You either attribute characteristics to it, or you describe it as doing something, or describe it as having something done to it. So this double-barreled approach that you identify a subject and then you predicate something of it, this subject-predicate approach has been believed by thinkers ever since to be an approach that makes possible the description of everything.
Okay, the system that he described in the rhetoric of the split between the subject and the object, the subjective and the predicative, the existential and the predicative, is one of the key splits that exists in talking about logic. A logical statement is usually composed of such elementary principles, okay?
Description of a whole world. In fact, it's become built into our language and our logic, hasn't it?
Yes, but I think here what Aristotle wants.
Okay, it's built into language, okay? Language and logic, okay? Logic and rhetoric, okay? Which is the subject of today's little inquiry here, guys. And I don't know if we'll really have a lot of time to move into other things because I still have to open up the panel and all that, but yeah. We'll see how much more of this we keep going.
To insist on is that not all predicates are on the same level, that there are some which simply are predicated of a subject that we've already picked out and identified, but there are these other ones like human being or dog or tree, which are fundamental in identifying the subject in the first place. We cannot pick out a bare subject and then tag predicates onto it, but the subject itself has to be identified under some description, and it's natural kind terms that play the fundamental role here. But of course, we still haven't answered the materialists, and we still haven't said, in the notion of human being, what is the fundamental analysis of human being that will give us the what is it of the subject. So now this is what Aristotle later goes on to do.
And this what is it question, again, applies to everything, doesn't it? I mean, it's Aristotle's attempt to actually discover the true nature of the identity of things, of whatever exists, including us.
So what is being said is logic. Okay, how it's being said is rhetoric. Remember, guys? Okay.
Yes, it is. I think living substances and to some extent also artifacts play a very central role here. And what he wants to now ask is, all right, we've now gotten to the point where we see that notions that we call natural kinds, notions like human being, dog, or statue, say, play a fundamental role in identifying subjects in the world. Now we have to ask more precisely what they are. Is it to be a human being? Is it to be a certain sort of material, or is it to be a certain structure? And in the metaphysics, he argues that what a substance is fundamentally not some material stuffs or constituents, but it fundamentally is a certain sort of order or structure, which he calls a form. Now, by that, he doesn't mean simply shape or configuration, but he means, in the case of, say, Brian McGee, the way you're organized to function. Your form is an organized set of functional capabilities that you've got to have.
Okay, so the essence of a thing is also its combinatory process or its functionality. Okay, this is a kind of mechanistic understanding of the world, in my view, perpetuated by Aristotle, along with his view of epistemology, which is basically empirical, in nature. As we started out with this video, explaining about how he sort of takes it into the direction of empiricism.
So long as you're in existence. Now, he gives us 3 reasons for thinking that your materials couldn't be what it is to be you. Now, first of all, in the case of you and other living things, matter is always going in and out. It's always changing. And of course, you do change your material constituents very, very often without ceasing to be yourself.
Yes, that is what I'm proposing, Creek Mary. That is what I've been proposing, that this is where science and technology and those things got their titles, whereas before, the study of metaphysics was the study of nature, and the use of technology was the exemplification of our study of nature. So we want to use nature, or become natural, or become spiritual through nature, whereas now we try to transform nature through technique to understand the potential within things, which is kind of Aristotelian. The creating of definitions between things, the creation of subjects of study, the compartmentalization of human knowledge, the invention of empiricism. These are all aspects of Aristotelianism, that I'm now here expounding on. And I do think they contributed to a rise of the age of science. For many, it definitely contributed to a study of what they called in the time alchemy. Okay, then for 1,500 years, then it morphed into its secular study. Obviously Aristotle was not a atheist. He believed in God. He believed that the universe had to have a beginning, and that beginning had to have been a rational mind that ordered nature through the void. But he also thought that matter, or the universe, was eternal. So he didn't think that God created the world. He just thinks he created the order in the world, okay, as the prime mover. Okay, so there's a subtle distinction there. Aristotle was a deist. He wasn't a theist. Okay. But he was not an atheist. Okay, guys, get it?
But second, even if that's not the case, say with an artifact, our conception of an artifact is that so long as its functional structure remains the same, we could always replace bits of the matter without having a different thing on our hands. We could take a ship and replace some of its planks. So long as it remained that functional structure, serving the function of a ship, we would still have the same entity on our hands. Finally, he argues that matter is just not definite enough to be what a thing really is. Matter is just a lump or heap of stuff. And so we couldn't say you are some stuff or other, but it's only when we've identified the structure that the stuff constitutes that we can even go on to say something intelligent about the stuff itself.
Let me just go over those again, because I think they're arguments of a very fundamental kind. He says, first of all, Socrates, I think the actual example he takes is Socrates, isn't it? Socrates cannot consist of the matter that goes to make up his body, because this matter is constantly changing, and in fact changes completely.
Yeah. Oh, I'm laughing at Rocky in the chat. What's going on? Good morning, my friend.
For all times in the course of Socrates' life, but he's still the same Socrates throughout that life. So he can't just be the matter of which he consists. But secondly, this applies to species as a whole. A dog can't just be a dog in virtue of the matter of which it consists, because different dogs are different. I mean, some are brown, some are black, some are white. They're different colors, different shapes, different sizes, different weights, but they're all dogs. So they can't be dogs in virtue of the matter of which they consist. And thirdly, just a heap of matter without any abstract qualities such as organization or structure or form, isn't a dog or a person or a shoe or a house or anything. It is just a heap, and that anything can only be anything at all by virtue of its structure, its form, its function. Is that right?
Yeah, your second one adds a further argument, actually, that I didn't mention. Yes, the different species members are all, of course, differently constituted materially. That would be one further reason for rejecting the idea that matter gives us a perfectly general account of what it is to be a member of that species. But then I want to add the further point that even when the matter, in fact, doesn't vary, still our conception of what it is to be a certain sort of thing, say a ship, doesn't identify it with the matter, and we can see that by performing a thought experiment that says if you replace the material bits, just so long as you have continuity of functional structure, then you still have the same thing on your hands.
But now, isn't this bringing Aristotle dangerously close to Plato's theory of forms, which he's rejected? Because isn't he now saying a dog isn't a dog by virtue of the matter of which it consists? It's a dog by virtue of its dogness, its abstract dogness. Isn't he in that position or dangerously close to it?
Well, of course, here we get to a very difficult area about what exactly form is, and I think no two philosophers are going to be in precise agreement about the interpretation on this. But let me try to say what I think. Now, I think, first of all, it's quite clear that, unlike Plato, he makes the form something immanent to the particular. It does not exist apart from that particular perceptible dog in some heavenly realm of dogness, but it's just there. It's what the dog in fact is. It's not separate from
In other words,
the
it's
dog.
not an otherworldly spirit.
Right. It's right there. It's what the dog.
So this reducing of things to language and meaning and perception, okay, that are mental, based on mental faculties. This was one of the beginning aspects of the split between essence and existence. As Avicenna, who was a Neoplatonist, kind of proscribed, that God is the being whose essence involves existence. He's kind of talking about how nature, the split of essence and existence within nature, the world of impermanence, the world of contingency. And this kind of moves the discussion to the Aristotelian, and this is why Islamic philosophy, in terms of its science, and its political aspects, contributed a lot to the rise of secularism, unfortunately, because they had proliferated the works of Aristotle, whereas the church took a more Platonic approach until they reached St. Thomas Aquinas,
Really is. It is that dog. Now, the second thing, I believe that the Aristotelian forms are individuals. That is, they're particulars and not universals. That is to say, even though the definition of the doggy form of each dog, if I take 5 dogs, I'm going to get only one definition of what it is to be a dog for all of them. Still, if I ask how many examples of doggy form do I have here, well, the answer is the number is 5. I mean, just as many dogs as there are. Each one, although quite like in quality, will be exactly 1 in number, as he puts it. That'd be, we count forms by counting the number of substances that we have on our hands.
I must say, it seems to me, even sort of getting on for 3,000 years later, that these arguments against materialism are devastating. Do you think that Aristotle has effectively ever been answered by materialist philosophers?
No, I don't think he has. And I think what I find so powerful about these arguments is that he starts arguing against materialism, not only within the context of philosophy of mind, and not only by picking out some special characteristics of the mental, which make it different from everything else, but precisely here, by developing these general theories of identity and substance, which show why, for things quite generally, including artifacts, material reductionism is not a good way to go.
Now, can you give us an example of an actual area in which Aristotle puts this approach to work and starts identifying in some specific field what sorts of things there are?
Well, now we can turn, I think, to an area that's really very close to his general metaphysics, since his general metaphysics is already concerned quite closely, as we see with things like human beings, dogs, and other natural entities, to the area of philosophy of nature. Now here, Aristotle is interested in...
Okay, this is going to be huge. This is going to be a huge portion, and we're going to end this kind of exposition after this. After she explains this, is about this philosophy of nature of Aristotle, okay, and how he invents this notion of the hierarchy of being and the ensouled nature of things, okay. So he talks about the presence of mind in nature, universal mind, really, you know. So yeah. Anyways,
trying to say what kinds of explanations the philosopher of nature can give across the board, how many kinds of explanations the philosopher is going to find useful. He tells us that philosophy, in fact, begins with a sense of wonder before the world of nature, that when we see the world, we're struck by awe and wonder because we see these wonderful things going on and we can't understand why they work as they do. He says it's rather like seeing a puppet show where you see these mechanisms moving and you know that behind there must be some hidden mechanism that explains why it moves as it does, but you don't know yet what it is and you want to search and find out. Now, the question is, what kind of explanation are you searching for when you ask this why question? Why does it work as it does? Now, here Aristotle thinks that lots of philosophers have been too simple because they fail to notice how many different ways we ask and answer these why questions. And he wants to say that there's not just one kind of explanation that's useful here, but in fact, an open-ended list, but at any rate, at least 4 types seem to him to be quite important. Now, these are, of course, the famous 4 causes. We hear about Aristotle's 4 causes. I think it's important to say that those are really 4 kinds of explanations. That
there are 4 because-es.
4 because-es, yes, that's good.
Yes.
4 kinds of answers to why questions. And of course, they're called the material cause. And here the material form of explanation says...
That's right. You know, code breakers, you know what I mean? Unite, you know what I'm saying? That's what is going on. You know, if they're encoding nature in symbols, okay, through the philosophy of nature, you know, then oath keepers and oath breakers are now code makers and code breakers. Okay, friends? But yeah, bless you guys, man, for being here with me.
As say we take the question, why does a tree grow as it does? Well, the material explanation will say the tree grows as it does because it's made of such and such materials. Now that form of explanation is very useful and interesting, but we can already guess that Aristotle is going to think it can't do the work alone without this other kind of explanation, which he calls the formal explanation, that says the tree grows as it does because it's structured in such and such a way. That is its form. So you see here the link with the metaphysical arguments. Then there's a third kind called the efficient cause or efficient explanation, which says the tree grows as it does because various things from the environment push it in certain ways, perhaps the incoming materials or the earth and so on, push it from behind in such and such ways. Then the last one, which I think has been the most misunderstood one, is the one that he calls the final cause, and which we often call the teleological form of explanation, because it refers to an end or telos towards which...
Okay, think of the term final cause. Okay, is it not? Okay, it's like a demonstration. Okay, of something foundational or presuppositional. You know, it actually can't make sense. You know, telos, a final cause. You know, a oxymoronic term. No wonder people have problems understanding it. Final means in the end. Cause means in the beginning. Okay. The way they're linked is through a process called teleology. Okay, it has to do with the philosophy of time. Okay, and cause and effect in nature, teleology. And it also has to do with inner potential of things that Aristotle believed in, telos, pulled forward through their inner potential. Okay? The light of the future casts the shadows of tomorrow. You know?
Which the thing moves. Now, this says the tree grows as it does for the sake of becoming a certain sort of mature tree. In other words, things in nature are always moving towards the flourishing of their adult condition. Now,
there's a mystical or magical element in that doesn't appear in any of the others, or there seems to be.
Well, see,
damn Skippy, there is a mystical fucking element in that. Come on. That's what this idea of telos in nature is, what alchemy is based on, guys. It's what science and alchemy grew out of. All right.
That, I think, I want to say that's a misunderstanding too. First of all, Aristotle is not saying that there's anything magical out there in the future that goes down and pulls the tree towards its future form, as it were, from the future, exerting a causal pull from the future. No, it's all quite natural. It's happening within the tree itself. It's a way of talking about the plastic and resourceful behavior of living things. It's a way of offering a unified account of the way that things like trees, in a variety of different natural circumstances, always move in the way that promotes their continued life and their development towards their mature form. So you see, it's saying that in a variety of different climates and weathers, the tree will always move towards the sun, and its roots will go towards water and the source of nourishment. And that's a perfectly general explanation, which will give us a way of understanding the variety of the different things that the tree does. So you see, in that, there's nothing supernatural. There also isn't anything that refers to powers of mind or desire inside the tree itself. It's just a way of talking about the resourcefulness of natural movement.
Now, a lot of scholars have accredited to Aristotle the notion that there are souls in everything. Do you think they've understood him correctly? And is that part of his teleological explanation?
No, I think they have misunderstood the...
And this is where it was hijacked by the Gnostics about this idea of the divine spark within everything, you know, and also the idea of immanentizing the eschaton, which comes from the idea of telos, as Gary Baxter has pointed to here, always chasing our tails for knowledge. Bless you guys. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're taking a little smoke break here for you guys, man. Thank you for joining us. The link is pinned. You guys are afraid to join the panel, huh? It is what it is. Bless you guys, man. You know, I won't bite. You guys join the panel. Come have a discussion with me. We can go slow, talk about whatever you guys want. Bless you guys. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, what is language really about? It's about creating in duality. You know, when we create in duality and create processes that are outside of us as a replacement for ourselves, our dangerous misinventions can create an alternative reality that masks our present existence. Okay. Artifice, the imitation of nature. Nature and imitation of forms, according to Plato, right? So they come through with that. Let me see this one. Okay. If science, okay, what about this? Math is to science what logic is to language. But science and language are different as the moon and the sun. Okay. Okay. If math is the language of nature, right? And science is a description of nature, right? Then what is language? right? Is language the study of meaning itself? And feel free to join the panel and have a discussion on any of these topics, guys. Bless you guys. You know, that's right. God knows the name of all things. You know, God knows the name of all things. God said be, and then it was. Okay. So it's God who calls things into existence, right? We can't do that. We have to make things. We have to create things through the process of enframing, the application of our knowledge. Okay. God is omniscient. He doesn't have to learn things. Okay. The Hermeticists believe that nature is the way that God gets to know himself. So they believe that God is learning. Okay. That's close to Aristotle's view. That's why he's an originator of science and alchemy. Okay. Okay. Science. Okay. If science is based on a process of new or open discovery, of trying what works before you see it, and the ethical framework is built upon the precautionary principle of seeing what works before you try it. It's from Plato and Aristotle, right? Science from Aristotle and ethics from Plato, right? That ethics is a part of a transcendental truth. That goodness and truth are linked. Now, that's what Plato believed. Okay, but Aristotle said, well, if you want to study ethics, you have to study politics. If you want to study nature, you have to study science. But Plato thought if you study nature, you're essentially studying goodness. Ethical frameworks. Okay. There's a split between the ethical and the scientific. It just is there. It just is there, folks. Science is to technique what imagination is to the human. Okay. How about that? Science is to technique what the imagination is to the human. Okay. Okay. Science is the imagination of technique. Okay. If technique were in framing. Okay. The process of enframing. Okay, folks. Okay. There's a wide gulf between the world of theory, the world of technique, the world of imagination, and the world of application, engineering, or experience. Technique encroaches into imagination and imposes a false order. The observer changes the properties of the observed. Perception requires duality in order to understand something and to study it. The process of analysis changes what we're studying. No, it was Aristotle that was the fact. He recommends pederasty, folks. Aristotle, in his Politics, as a form of reducing the population. Okay, Plato, in his Laws, condemns homosexuality. By the way, so Plato condemned homosexual acts and Aristotle recommended them. Okay, it's just a fact. It's historical fact. Aristotle He was a Nancy boy. Okay. How about this? Technique is primary to the scientific method. To demonstrate, consider the following. Sometimes a dumb scientist invents things that an intelligent scientist can never dream of. He has the ability to see new information about preset conditions, but also newly organized old info. Okay. Newly organized old info. Science is a verb. Okay. But, you know, see, technology is a process of enframing the application of knowledge. Okay. Now, science, see, knowledge is inert. You know, the truth is not inert. The truth is, you know, it's not only contained within nature, it's contained within a subject, it's contained within the dimensions of how we view God and the cosmos. Okay, the truth is existential, whereas knowledge, okay, must be possessed by a subject. All right. We're just kicking the philosophy with you guys because nobody's hopping on the panel. Well, this is the first time I haven't been able to develop a panel discussion. I think it's because it's early in the morning or because it's just a type of a new time for us. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, you know. But yeah, thank you guys for being here with me. You know, we got 27 people in the house. You know, we're going to go on talking about philosophy and looking at some information about the philosophy of language. You know, it's just going to be as much as we can cover here today, you know, and we look at the development of these themes within the pragmatist philosophy. And, you know, there's a key panel discussion on language here, you know, and meaning. You know, well, you come to two views of language. You know, one is that language is inherent, you know, within, you know, the mind, within these forms, these transcendental categories, you know, of Plato. You know, that makes it inherent, you know, but there's also the view that language is part of aggregates or, you know, you have to construct it. It's a construction of, you know, observations, and you derive meaning from observing certain behaviors. You know, this is kind of Aristotle, the empirical definition. Okay, but this means that symbols are rather, you know, constructions. You know, language itself is a construction, but there may be something deeper going on in terms of mind. You know, but language itself, okay, is not, you know, is it inherent to the structure of the mind? You know, I know symbols are not the same as language. Now, we covered this in the beginning, so I won't rehash all of what I was saying there, okay, about symbols and communication. And, you know, communication is different than language. Communication is just a transfer of information, you know, whereas language is requires symbols and meaning and communication. You know, so it requires many different aspects. Okay, language is multifaceted. Okay, so we'll get to some discussion on that now. You know, with Quine, you know, Quine challenges notions of meaning about language being inherent in the structures of the brain in terms of challenging Chomsky on this view. You know, so we're going to look at some of Quine's views, guys. You know, since nobody wants to hop on the panel, you know, and feel free to hop on the panel and talk to me about whatever you guys want, man. Bless you guys, man. But yeah, thank you for being here with me. Um, we also can talk about um Quine, and there's a key video on Quine that I want to show you guys. That talks about this issue here. Okay, hold on. Yeah, this is more of stuff that is gonna be kind of like a very boring explanation in terms of philosophy, and it's gonna be really fucking weird motherfuckers. All right, weird motherfuckers talking again. So it is what it is. That's just how these philosophers look. They look like creepy weirdos, like Martha Nussbaum. I couldn't really save her, but yeah. But yeah, bless you guys, man. Thank you for being here. Nobody's obligated to hop on the panel. I'm gonna run the show for as long as it takes to run this show, so it doesn't matter. I'll be here for about 4 hours, and yeah, thank you guys for being here. But yeah, bless you guys.
These facts, it's often assumed, are completely distinct from scientific facts and are to be investigated by methods peculiar to philosophy, involving pure reason, speculative insight. But at the beginning of this century, beginning of the 20th century, a movement was established known as positivism or logical empiricism that put into question this conception of philosophy.
Yeah, and part of these people who were logical positivists or in favor of logical positivism was Bertrand Russell, who I briefly touched on in the beginning of this about the talking about the philosophy of meaning, and also his their book combining logic and mathematics, the Principia Mathematica, I'm sure it's called, that where they combined math with logic by offering logical proofs for mathematical functions. Okay, so this is kind of the birth of logical positivism, in that they kind of dismissed the realm of metaphysics. Okay.
Positivists, such people as the young Ludwig Wittgenstein and Rudolf Carnap, held that what they called speculative metaphysics could give us nothing more than empty words, disguised nonsense, and that it should be done away with. Did you find yourself in sympathy with this critique of traditional philosophy?
I'm very much in sympathy with their attitude towards a good deal of speculative metaphysics. Where I would take issue is over the notion of there being a sharp boundary between that on the one hand and responsible science, natural science, on the other. I think of it rather as a matter of degree. The more speculative and general the problem or the doctrines are, perhaps the more philosophical, and you do proceeding in that direction reach a level finally where you can't make proper responsible sense of the doctrines at all, and there you're in the realm where I very much sympathize with the logical positivists or empiricists in rejecting it as meaningless.
So he's skeptical of ultimate meanings within scientific doctrine, Okay, that's kind of, and the kind of wedge point he's going to draw is in the concept of meaning drawn through the notion of language itself. And the example he's going to use or employ is about radical translation. So he kind of attacks linguistics as a science, as a hard science, and he kind of draws down certain descriptions in science as not hard science definitions, but also partaking in speculative metaphysics. Yeah.
As for questions of how one should live one's life, this sort of philosophy, if philosophy it be, is so very remote from science and from the kind of speculative philosophy that I find continuous with science, that I wouldn't know where to put it. It's a sort of, well, it's perhaps somewhat on a par with engineering. Perhaps it's human engineering, in which one would draw on scientific findings insofar as they were relevant, including findings perhaps in psychology. And it's only a accidental matter of traditional usage, perhaps, to call it philosophical.
And to go back to the first part of your answer to my question, the positivists thought that it was essential to get a strict separation between speculative metaphysics that they deplored and science that they liked. In saying, as you just did, that in your view, there isn't a strict separation between metaphysics and science, aren't you departing in a fairly substantial way from the central tenet of it?
Well, I'm certainly departing from them on that point. And, well, pretty substantial, I should think.
But that's not the only point at which you depart. You dedicated Word and Object in 1960 to Rudolf Carnap, teacher and friend, and the book begins, the first chapter, with just a clarion call to a different view of where we start in philosophy to what Carnap had always proposed. And I'm wondering, were you able to persuade him that you were right in any of this? Which features of your vision, 25 years after, 30 years after you became a student, which features of your vision were you able to persuade him of, if any?
So Carnap drew a sharp distinction between truths of facts and truths of reality, and statements of meaning and justification. And really what it is that in Carnap, he goes after Carnap in this work, Two Dogmas of Empiricism. But yeah, anyways.
Back there in the period when I was, 1933 it was, when I was discussing so intensively with Carnap in Prague for some couple of months. At that time, he was between two books, his Logischer Aufbau der Welt, which was decidedly based on phenomenalistic approach, and Carnap had already departed from that orientation himself, and had just been writing, had just perhaps finished writing his logical syntax of language, which his wife was typing, and I was reading sheaf by sheaf as it came out.
Okay. So it's important to talk about German idealism and phenomenology, the development of phenomenology and the collapse of meaning that came. Okay. And this leads all the way to Wittgenstein. Okay. The logical positivism of Wittgenstein. Okay. Where he developed a notion of behaviorism, that words are just based on their function. Okay, not okay, but yeah, this was kind of a hyper intersubjective view of language itself, you know. But then he came to reject that later in his career. Okay, with the Tractatus. But anyways, but also later in his career, he kind of went insane because of his tutelage by Bertrand Russell. They're involved in all sorts of secret societies, including Cambridge Apostles. They did all sorts of gay stuff, and they complained that that logic had driven them insane at the end of their life. Okay, and they took a view of solipsism, you know, kind of dismissing the notion that you could ever explain the outside world through language, through the use of language, you know. Bless. Yeah, bless the OTW.
Out of her typewriter. Certainly, my own attitude in Word and Object was decidedly remote from the Aufbau, but I felt not as remote from his current view at in the logical syntax. And my departures from his attitude in that book were more matters of well, largely matters of detail, but also, again, as in the case of the condemnation of metaphysics, question of my disavowing a demarcation in favor of gradations. And I felt early and late that my departures from Carnap's views as of logical syntax, from which incidentally he also departed very decidedly in the next few years in another direction from mine. But I felt that my departure from that intermediate stand in Carnap's development was a departure in the sense in which science progresses, not throwing over the old science as somehow having been wrong direction, but further improvements in the same general spirit. And I felt I was sharing Carnap's general spirit, the rigorous approach to philosophical questions, and liberal use of the techniques of mathematical logic. And that stays, and that to this day I think is a tremendous contribution on the part of, well, the Vienna Circle, but more particularly Carnap.
Probably your most famous and influential piece of work is the article Two Dogmas of Empiricism, published in 1951. Could you say what the main theses are of this paper and why you think it was found to be so revolutionary?
Yes, when I gave that lecture, which a month later appeared as a paper in the Philosophical Review, I had no conception that it was going to be such a that it was going to bring such a widespread and voluminous response. I had written it and prepared my lecture only on request. It was an assignment. I had, how many years earlier? About 1940. So 10, 11 years earlier, had come quite definitely to the conclusion that Carnap's dichotomy between empirical knowledge and what he called analytic truth, which was just a matter of verbal conventions, that this was itself an unempirical and ill-defined or undefined dichotomy, and that the contribution of convention, of unconscious convention, incidentally, which had seemed to me rather a contradiction in terms of between what you might put down to the meanings of the words.
Okay. Split between, okay, the empirical and the analytical, okay? And analytical is basically hard logic, symbolic logic, okay? Taking the, or, reducing terms to their operation, okay? And then seeing if that operation has truth value, okay? By seeing how the statement corresponds to the notion of meaning itself. And then there is the empirical, which is descriptions of things, okay? And this goes all the way to the heart of everything, okay? It goes to the difference between logic and rhetoric, okay? Between language and communication, okay? Between the theoretical and the applied sciences, okay? Between the mathematical and the scientific. It goes to the heart of the matter, okay? Okay, as these guys, Whitehead and Russell and all these guys pointed out, this is a split that goes right to the heart of Western philosophy.
It's what's true by virtue of the meanings of the word.
And of course, it starts with the metaphysical principles of the split between the existential and the predicative. Okay, anyways.
In the sentence. And on the other hand, what's true in view of scientific discoveries, empirical discoveries, was a misconception, and that there's, in general, a contribution from both sides in just about everything we say. Finally get down to pure logic, and then you've got something which surely is acquired through learning the logical words, the grammatical particles, and, or, and, etc., which are governed by laws of logical inference.
The title of the paper refers to two dogmas of empiricism, and presumably one of them is the point you just, the assumption that there is a strict distinction between what is known on the basis of experience, or what is true in virtue of the empirical facts, and what is true simply as a matter of definition or convention. What is the other dogma? What is the relationship between the two dogmas?
The other dogma.
So there's a difference between scientific facts and descriptions of reality. Okay. Between the analytic and the empirical. Okay. Forms of meaning. Okay. So there's two different types of statements, you know.
The notion that.
And anyways, they say that one of them can't have access to the other one, you
know. Our knowledge was in that paper. It came in as a speculatively as one possible reason for people being so convinced convinced of the dichotomy between analytic and synthetic statements, and I've been groping for a reason why that seems so fundamental. Yes, reductionism was the word I used, and that all our empirical concepts about the nature of physical objects and the rest could be reduced by definition, or at least linguistic convention, somewhat short of definition, to sensory input. And what I was pushing instead is a holism, the sort of thing that had been urged a couple of decades before by.
Okay, so holism by way of empiricism, okay, subsuming the analytical world. Okay, so he's collapsing the analytical back into the empirical, okay? And at the end analysis, he will be an empiricist. Anyways, I just want to say, Hank, Moose, Uncle Fatty, you guys hop on the panel. I've seen you guys on panel. Don't be afraid to join the panel. Have a discussion with me. Bless you guys, man. Modern mystery school. Yeah, yeah, type. Yeah, old cult leader over here. You know, but yeah, I just give the information. You guys can judge for yourself. Empirical ideas. Words are words. Ideas that can be touched, like cup, floor, tea, book, etc. Everything else is abstract. Yeah, I knew I'd be getting Yugi with this. He's interested in this topic. I've heard him before. Yeah, bless. You know. Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah, blessings to you and your family, Moose, man. Yeah, man. Just offering. But yeah, bless you guys, man. Thanks for being here with me as well, though. I really appreciate you guys being out here. Yeah, for sure, brother. For sure, tomorrow night, huh? Oh shit, about to have Moose tomorrow night, guys. Or should I say Mouse? Mouse Keen. Yeah, man. Me and Moose get together on the Jack Talcott fucking panel. That shit's like Keenan and Kel, honestly. It's just hilarious. But yeah, physics has access to metaphysics. Fascinating, Hank. Physics has access to yeah. Pay attention to driving, please. I lost one of my good friends like that. So please pay attention to your driving. Physics has access to metaphysics. Nice. You have to store those symbols somewhere. Fascinating. Fascinating conception of what's going on, Hank. Yeah, thank you for that thought. That's funny. Fedora 39. Even your computer program's called Fedora, huh? That's crazy. Fascinating. Who loves orange soda? I know Moose loves orange soda. Oh, here it goes. And that's me. That's me on the panel. I'll be like, oh, here it goes. Talcott.
Pierre Duhem, according to which such reduction is not to be hoped for.
Your idea was that once reductionism has been done away with and replaced with holism, then there isn't the need that positivist thought to draw a distinction between analytic and synthetic truths, or truths of fact and truths of meaning.
Yes, that was part of the argument. More of the argument against analyticity consisted in my trotting out some of the familiar characterizations, true by virtue of the meanings of the words. There's one characterization, one definition. And
by the way, I just want to point out the division between the analytic and synthetic that comes from the Critique of Pure Reason from Immanuel Kant. So that's from Kant. Those are categories of knowledge according to Kant.
And a vaguer one, true by necessity, true by virtue of definitions. And I argued that these were not helpful because they were subject to the same doubts as the notion of analyticity itself. And so having dismissed those, and then also having dismissed this, as I suppose, further likely source of the first dogma, namely the dogma of reductionism. That combination was my argument. But as I think back on it, wasn't persuaded even then that I had disproved the possibility of a satisfactory notion of analyticity. I was questioning what is it, and maintaining that we had never been told.
I see. This skepticism about the notion of analyticity, about the idea that some sentences are true solely in virtue of what they mean, extends to a more general skepticism about the notion of meaning and concepts related to the notion of meaning, such as definition, the idea of one word being synonymous with another word. Was your position then that it's simply an illusion that words have meanings and that sometimes two words have the same meaning? And if so, how do you reconcile this fairly extreme skepticism with your own evident fascination with language and with the meanings of words?
Good, yes. I wouldn't have said that words don't have meanings, but rather, or that words never have, always have different meanings or never have the same meanings. Rather, I would say that I can't make adequate sense even of those sentences because I'm challenging the notion of meaning. Yes, I think even back at that time, I was seeing this problem of meaning as the same as the problem of analyticity, because one of the ways of defining analyticity was that an analytic sentence was equivalent to or had the same meaning as a tautology, 0 equals 0. You could define, there's one of the ways of defining one of these concepts in terms of another, in this case, sameness of meaning. What was worrying me early and late, especially later, getting on towards word and object, was the notion of sameness of meaning. And that's what I was challenging. And I argued that to challenge the notion of sameness of meaning is to challenge the notion of meaning. That is to say, the notion of the meaning of an expression. Because there's no entity without identity. You haven't you've made sense of some alleged object or category of objects, except insofar as you've explained it's a criterion for deciding when you have two of them and when just one. When are they the same? When are they different? If you can't say when meanings are the same, you haven't said what meanings are. Now I'm stressing the plural of meaning because I'm not and never was rejecting semantics and the semantical side of linguistics. I couldn't bear to. So we are engaged, and semanticists and lexicographers are engaged in the study of meaning and the meaning of language and the meaning of sentences. Here, however, I'm using the word meaning not as a distributive term, but I'm using it as a mass term, like water, like sugar, meaning of language, meaning of things, but not meanings of anything.
When you first began this challenge to the notion of meaning, I think a lot of people just couldn't imagine that you really meant it. We could really get along without this idea of fixed meanings in the head, which gave words their meaning. And then you came up in Word and Object with your famous thought experiment about radical translation, which was, I think, supposed to drive that point home.
Exactly.
And let me just say what that thought experiment is, because there's been a lot of puzzlement and a lot of controversy about how to read it. You imagine tribe of people living off somewhere where they're completely isolated from the rest of the world, so that there's no knowledge of their language, so there's no bilinguals anywhere. There's no chain of interpreters. And we imagine sending a couple of linguists into the field to learn the language of these people. And they each go about the job independently. And of course, they have to work it out from first principles. They have to, it would be like trying to learn a language on another planet. You would have to work out what words for yes and no were, and it would be an elaborate analytical procedure. And the amazing conclusion you came up with was that in principle, these two linguists could go and they could both do a wonderful job. They could come back with a dictionary and a grammar so that you could converse with these people, you could learn their language. And yet, if you looked closely at the two dictionaries, at the two versions of this language translated into our language, say, they'd be different. That is to say, they would, not just in trivial details, they would be in substantial ways, they would be different ways of rendering their language in our language. And then the amazing claim you made was, and there wouldn't be any fact of the matter about which one was right. Now, a lot of people, now they knew you were serious about your challenge to meaning, because this was, to them, I think, a sort of outrageous suggestion that there wouldn't be any fact of the matter. And many critics have tried to offer refutations of your radical translation thought experiment. And one of the things they've done is they've challenged you to give an example, even an imaginary example, of what it would be like for this actually to happen. What would happen? What would be the case? Can you respond to the challenge that you give us an example of real radical translation failure, the indeterminacy of radical translation?
I've never been able to arrive at a satisfactory example of that. Radical translation is a hard job, but the position is plausible, rather, to me, on the basis of consideration of what one has to go on, and what does constitute a test of a faithful manual of translation. The test, the only test I can see is in principle, smoothness of dialogue, success in negotiations when you're using that language. So here you would have two manuals which are completely faithful and successful by any such test. And furthermore, we could even say they, by chance, are equally simple in their translations. And now,
there it
how
is.
about the test of their distinctness, their dissimilarity? Because from any point of view, there are many acceptable ways of translating a sentence from one language to another.
Yeah. Radical translation. The collapse of meaning again. What's going on, Cecil? You doing okay?
I'm all right, man. That dude kind of looked like a Rothschild at first.
Yeah, he's kind of a funny looking dude, and the stuttering. You know, I mean, listening to him is hard because of the stuttering. He stutters and does like little ticks and stuff worse than me even. You know, he's got a real bad time with that, you know. So it is fascinating the way that guy talks. He's almost retarded in the way he communicates things, but he's pretty much a genius, you know.
I noticed that's a common theme amongst linguists, because, like, especially people who study a lot of languages, when they're speaking English, and it's because they're trying to decide, their brain is like got all these words, like what word am I supposed to use, you know, like yeah.
I be having that problem, you know. I'd be like, what the fuck is this shit, you know? But yeah, you know.
Is it snowing where you're at?
Not really. You know, it's a little bit of snow, but you know, it just kind of started snowing just recently. I mean, I can't believe this shit.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck? This shit is late, in my opinion.
Yeah. And you're in the Midwest, and I'm in the Pacific Northwest, and it is late and it is light.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure is, dude. You know.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, I can't believe nobody came out here to join my panel, dude. It's just us again. What the fuck is this shit, man?
I was on
brother, man. Yeah, thanks, man, for checking.
I was on Enslaved by Tortellini streams last night.
Oh yeah, he did a stream last night. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing more lately. I don't know why. Oh,
It's probably so he could keep up, you know, with what's going on here. But if you just see what I just presented for 2 hours and 30 minutes on the philosophy of language, holy shit, guys. I mean, you guys go and soak up some of that shit, man. I mean, I was breaking down Aristotle's rhetoric. You know, we were reading Aristotle in here, motherfucker. Aristotle, guys. We broke his shit down. The rhetoric.
We Platonic and shit.
Yeah, what you guys got on this shit, man? That's why I said, you know, the EBT guy, he's a stooge, you know. So that's the problem is that, you know, when you end up, when you play the game, like, you know, with the intellectual flabbery that these guys come with. And I gave him many chances. I gave him a chance on Adam Green. I gave him a chance on Deacon Swayden. He could have came in here and Deacon Swayden and convinced him of the Catholic Church. He could have came in here on Southern Israelite and destroyed Protestantism. He did nothing. He just sat there like a fat fucking retard. That's what's going on, dude. So I said, you know what, dude? If you're just going to sit here and just troll and bring that weak energy here, you know, then you got to step off, son, you know, because we're bringing the heat out here. I mean, you could come up on the panel on the, you know, just the open panel portion and just spit what little you have left. But, you know, I'm done taking the kind of claims these people make seriously at this point, you know, so that's what's going on.
I passed out halfway through it, but it seemed like
was he covering any issues or?
It was like current event, like the freaking Florida mall sighting and the New York tunnel Jews and shit like that.
Oh, the tunnel Jews. Yeah. We kind of looked at that last time, but I don't want to put too many of those images up from the Twitter because these images had some very, you know, they had the kind of images like the drawings of the Jews and stuff coming out of the tunnels. And with the Super Mario, you know, them like with the Super Mario music, them coming out of the green pipe and shit. Yeah, they had some memes that were just malicious. So I don't want to like end up just scrolling through and this shit just ends up on my show. It's horrendous shit.
Right, yeah.
Having to explain this shit. Well, guys, this is about the tunnel Jews, tunnel gate.
But it was also a Drew fundraiser stream, from what I saw. That the crawler at the bottom said Drew needs another computer or some bullshit. Like, nigga, go get a job, dude. Yeah, computers ain't that expensive.
I have a ticker. I have a ticker at my bottom now too because I learned it from these guys because I was watching OTW News and EBT and also CBO Cock Boy Hotline, you know, and all of these kind of guys. So I was thinking, oh shit, these guys are actually, you know, because I triggered him. You know what I mean?
Right. It's definitely that time of year where people will be putting the collection plate out.
Well,
I'm not really,
I'm just, yeah, I don't know. I get seen looking at these people's philosophy lessons online and they're substandard. So I just thought, let me just cut the shit and just go ahead and just, you know, because these people are asking $1,000 per show. So I was like, there's no way these people are getting fucking $1,000 a show to teach this fucking trash that they call
that.
Oh my God. It's not just one. Man, there's dozens of channels that teach like fucking quote unquote philosophy or conspiracy shit, and they ask for thousands of dollars per show. Okay, so I'm saying I'm not even asking for anything. I don't make anything. I don't make anything, you know. So I don't promote my channel either. You know, I go on select people's channels. You know, I'll play some Talcott in a minute, you know, because I was on Talcott again. You know, so I'll play some of that shit in a minute, you know, but I want to talk to you and anybody else who wants to hop on the panel. Now is your chance. I'm going to be closing down the motherfucking panel because you guys are too chicken to hop up here. But yeah, it is what it is.
I think I've been going on. I've been thinking about going over to Talcott and freaking saying some stuff, but
I know there's all of these hate watchers. Hate watchers, hop on the panel. You know, I know there's people came out here to see the vehemently disagree with my views. Of course, dozens of you are watching and not participating. You know, clowns of this world. You know.
Yeah, exactly, Hank. A computer required to do basic internet streaming or whatever is not that much. Like, you don't have to go like a full gaming rig or whatever. Just something to do what we're doing right now is like very not that much. But yeah, I'm in my slow part of the year too. Usually what I do in the restaurant scene is I work really hard between about October to December, because that's one of the busiest times of the year, and then I take like January and February off.
What was the original language? Well, see, the original language was when God taught to Adam the names of those things on earth. You know, he taught him the names, you know, so that must have been the OG language, you know. Oh shit, we got Rocky right here. What's up, brother?
Hey.
Yeah, you know, but the OG language must have been what God taught to Adam about the names of the different things. And then it got corrupted in the Tower of Babel. They created the universal language. And then they broke apart the tower, you know, and that's when all the different languages got spawned up out of that, you know, universal language. So, you know, fundamentally, language does have a danger. You know, look at the Tower of Babel, and the modern code is a universal language. It's kind of like the Tower of Babel. So, you know, you got that going on out here, you know.
Can I ask you a question, Machine? Like,
yeah.
Do you think that maybe the Tower of Babel is like an analogy for people were trying to use technology to reach God? Right. So, because they were trying to build that, the original story was they were trying to build this tower into the sky to reach God. Right. And then so God's response to that was, I'm going to create language. So from the Tower of Babel spawned all these different languages. Right. So
yeah, and that's why nations are related to ethnic traditions, and those ethnic traditions are related to languages. You know, they always can trace them back to language origins, right? So, you know, culture and language are inextricably linked. You know, that's one of the things that's going on. You know, I know I talked a lot about the philosophy of language, but you know, you could talk about language in terms of sociology and anthropology and those and psychology and those types of things too. You know, it's got huge elements there. You know, whether it's inherent to the structure of the brain, that's kind of the opposition of Quine kind of went into that. You know, he kind of thought the opposite of that, you know. But yeah, there's many ways you can go with it. You know what I'm saying? I just lay out some of the different ways, you know, that we can go through an analysis of these things. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know,
yeah.
That was always my viewpoint of the story of the Tower of Babel, is mankind was using technology to attempt to reach God, and the result was diversity.
Yeah, there's this guy who had this great video about it, you know, that I played on this show many times, you know, but this thing is, man, this thing is crazy. And I hope I don't get pumped for this, but he made some crazy point because he has scenes from this fucking show in there. But yeah, this fucking documentary. I'll kind of skip this part here, but he's got this thing about Arthur C. Clarke. Let me get to this.
He divided the Babylon into nations because God said that what they could imagine they could achieve. So, and they were trying to. Anyway. So, nationalism is a divine institution. God created nationalism.
Yes. Yeah, I believe that too.
And they're trying to bring back nationalism now.
They're trying to bring back. Well, they're bringing back global government too. So that's the problem. That's why they got to bring back the nationalism, because people are reacting to the international government, that they have already in place. So that's the problem. Is that they have international trade and they have international state of things, controlled by the NGOs and the IMF Federal Bank, and all of that type of shit.
Well, that's international socialism, right? And like what Adam Green said, national socialism, like what you had in Germany, people have always lived that way. That wasn't like a new invention. They didn't invent that. People have always lived along ethnic ties. So really, that's a very basic answer to attempted global governance, which generally nobody ever likes. I don't want somebody. I don't like the local authorities telling me what to do, let alone somebody that lives in
real. Yeah, and it's crazy. It's kind of paradoxical that these people who oppose the state, they're actually opting for global government. And it's like, wait a second. So you want a super state? It's like that is fucked. It's like you are fucked in the head, actually.
It's like
so that's one. Yeah.
It's like the United States of America. What does that mean? United States, United Nations, same thing.
Yeah, it's
started,
like
started, where is the United Nations? In the United States.
Because they came from those concepts of universalism, secular humanism, that they thought would eventually be applied on a global scale. So they believed in this, pseudo eschatology of liberalism is going to take over all the governments of the world. That science and liberalism are going to take over all the governments of the world. Well, it hasn't happened, and I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
No.
So this kind of global transformation, that they say is going to take place through liberalism. Good luck with that. Probably the machines will break down first, so before you can get humanity on the same page with that one, so.
The original Constitution was a confederacy of the states. It was these united small, starts with this small, these United States of America. It wasn't the United States of America. With a few words, they changed the meaning of the Constitution. Just with a few words. That's how powerful words are. It was these United States of America. And now they changed it in 1871 to the United and made it a corporation. That's how easy they did that.
Yeah, the idea of America was under attack almost from the beginning. I mean, literally. I mean, we were formed because of a war, because we were fighting against a monarchy. But hey, Hank, why don't you go ahead and hop up on the panel, bro, and we can talk about how much better neoliberalism is than National Socialism.
Yeah, I think Hank's driving right now, so I don't want to distract him. But he mentioned earlier that he was a little busy right now. But blessings to Hank for being here. Blessings to Richard for being here. No pressure to anybody about hopping on panel. I'm probably gonna play this video and then play another video and then shut this down for today's evening. But it's been a good 3-hour really run on a lot of information, because in the beginning nobody joined up on the panel. But yeah, man, thank you so much to Heretical Mystic, Hank, Uncle Fatty, all you guys for participating. Gary Baxter was here earlier, man. Thank you guys for being here. Venus Cupcake, we got her out here. We got Creek Mary out here. You know, we got the natives and the witches out here. You know what I mean? We got ESP reevaluation. We got Yugi. We got Rock E. Oh shit, guys. Sometimes
I used to drive and stream all the time. You tell me Hank's driving and texting right
yo,
now?
yeah, OTW, of course. Bless you, dude. Like where I thought OTW was gonna come through. But yeah, man. I don't know if OTW if you do come through, I'll shut down the videos and just talk to OTW, man. Bless you, brother, man. For making the offer there, man. And yeah, everybody else, yeah, man. Bless you too, Heretical Mystic, man. Ice Grills, thank you for being here. This brother, man, thank you so much for being here, man. Providing this type of content. Yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. Fuck that shit. High academia or mental silence. That's right. Yeah, that's right, man. Hell yeah, brother. Jason Skull, man. Always thank you for being here. Just Frank, thank you for being here. Mr. Meow G, man. Thanks, brother, man. Mr. Miner, thanks for checking out my shit, man. Peck Beck, bless you, brother. Peck Beck McKeck. Me and him get a lot of the same shit. We get a lot of the same downloads on shit about who's a psyop and who's not a psyop out in this bitch. Peck Beck McKeck. Destroyer, peace to you. Joe Cool, peace to you. My brother Chris, bless you, brother, man. You doing it out here, man. We learning together out here. Words from thoughts to freak. Blessings, man. Recreational argument network. Hell yeah, brother. Grant's Modern Life. That's a great name for a channel, my friend. Sideways Stewie. I used to love that show. Rocco's Modern Life. Real Talk Mimi. Woo! With Intelligent Imbecile. Man, that guy's a G. Shadow and Light. Fire and the Flames. Yeah, the freak. Yeah, let's do this thing, man. Bless you guys, man.
Fail completely. Only if what I tell you appears absolutely unbelievable have we any chance of visualizing the future. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough which has been made possible by developments in communications, particularly the transistor and, above all, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other, wherever we may be, where we can contact our friends anywhere on Earth, even if we don't know their actual physical location. In fact, if it proves worthwhile, almost any executive skill, any administrative skill, even any physical skill, could be made independent of distance. I'm perfectly serious when I suggest that one day we may have brain surgeons in Edinburgh operating on patients in New Zealand.
With your hand.
When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point, and the traditional role of the city as a meeting place for man would have ceased to make any sense. In fact, men will no longer commute, they will communicate. They won't have to travel for business anymore, they'll only travel for pleasure. In that world of the future, we will not be the only intelligent creatures. One of the coming techniques will be what we might call bioengineering, the development of intelligent and useful servants among the other animals on this planet. However, the most intelligent inhabitants of that future world won't be men or monkeys, they'll be machines, the remote descendants of today's computers. I suspect that organic or biological evolution has about come to its end, and we are now at the beginning of inorganic or mechanical evolution, which will be thousands of times swifter. Now, the present day electronic brains are...
By the way, he's taking that concept from Samuel Butler, Darwin Among the Machines. You guys look into that work. You know, and some of these concepts are also explored in a work by the founder of cybernetics, Norbert Wiener, called God and Golem. No joke, that's what he called the book, God and Golem. And he talks about Simon Magus, who's mentioned in the Bible as the originator of magic, and mentioned by the writer of Against Heresies as I'm pretty sure that's Irenaeus, that he wrote, that this guy Simon Magus was the fountainhead of all the heresies,
Complete morons. But this will not be true in another generation. They will start to think.
Anyways, in Acts, Peter brings somebody to life, and he actually brings them to life, through the Spirit of God. And Simon Magus just animates the person back to life, making it look like they're awake, but he's using simony. So he's just replicating the movements, making it look like the person's alive. So his whole game is artifice. So magic and artifice are inextricably related. Okay, that's part of the thing. The organic, the living, that's related to the spirit. How can it not be? Nature is God-made technology, and technology that we create is man-made nature. It's just an imitation of nature.
Art.
Well, yeah, we can't recreate the spirit. Only God can.
And eventually they will completely outthink their makers. On the other hand, if by some miracle a prophet could describe the future exactly as it was going to take place, his predictions would sound so absurd, so far-fetched, that everybody would laugh him to scorn. This has proved to be true in the past, and it will undoubtedly be true, even more so, of the century to come.
The false prophets of sci-fi will have you believe that they can predict the future. With amazing accuracy, they can seemingly foresee how technology will change over the next century and beyond. To us today, in 2016, science fiction writers such as Arthur C. Clarke, speaking in the 60s and the 70s, can seem as if they can have the mark of a true prophet. Imagining in great detail inventions of the future that shape our society. When these visions of future technology manifest themselves and become reality, it would do us well to remember that such predictions are no great feats of prophetic wisdom, but merely the outcome of the imagination of the inventors themselves. We imagine, then we create. When we create and succeed, the imagination is already thinking, what next?
Okay, what we create creates. Okay, this is the imagination of the thoughts that we're supposed to guard. How the unclean spirits get inside your head.
When one invention is created, like the telephone, it is no great marvel to consider that one day it may be wireless like the radio, that one day everyone will have one, and that they will fit into the palm of your hand. Yesterday's room-sized supercomputer is tomorrow's handheld device.
Yeah.
Arthur C. Clarke. The most famous prediction on the future is his proposal of geostationary satellite communications. Published in the Wireless World magazine in 1945, this was not considered seriously at the time, but it became a reality within 20 years with the launching on 1965 April the 6th of Intelsat 1 Early Bird, the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. This prediction coming true might lead some to consider Clarke a prophet of some kind. However, as I said before, this is a gift of imagination, and it comes from the Creator. For the Father understands the imaginations of the thoughts.
Woo! Look at that. For the
Really good
Lord.
quote, by the way.
Yeah, for the Lord searcheth all hearts and understandeth all the imaginations of the thoughts. What are those? Those are
Exactly.
the
That's
yeah.
what they were doing at the Tower of Babel, the imaginations. They could be like
Yes.
God. That's what they're
That's
doing
right.
now. And they had one language back then. What does AI have? AI has one language.
Yeah,
One
as above, so below. You're drawing the heavenly down to the earthly realm. You know, that is a, you know, and it also relates to the invention of the satellite, as he's saying, you know, drawing the heavenly down to the earthly through this concept of the universal, this concept of synthesizing the universal, you know, which comes in Hegel you know, Aristotle and they took this pseudo eschatology, you know, that nature points to this stuff, you know, they took it from you know, from the pseudo eschatology of progress, that these liberal ideas would reach all around the world, you know, but and that we would build a machine that speaks for man. That idea came from the idea of the golem, you know, that you know, of Kabbalistic lore, you know, and even Niels Bostrom compares it to the development of the golem. And this guy here, Arthur C. Clarke, actually, he talked about how, you know, that any technology that is sufficiently developed is indistinguishable from magic. And so did Jacques Ellul in the Technological Society, you know, a very critical book, you know, Jacques Ellul, Technological Society. He talks about, you know, basically how primitive technique is basically magic. Magic is primitive technique because just like in simony, you know, you're manipulating nature in order to create, you know, some outcome, and the outcome that you create is not under your control. Like I wrote a book. What the book does, I can't control who the book influences, who reads the book, and who twists the words in the book. And that's what I was describing last time with the Phaedrus of Plato, when I read the Phaedrus of Plato, that language is dangerous. You know, words are the elixir of forgetfulness. Okay, that's from Plato. They thought they had created an elixir of memory, but they created an elixir of forgetfulness because the words have no power to defend themselves. They're like bastard children. They have to rely on their father for help. Who is their father? The father is the one who composed the words. Daddy. Peace to OTW News, man. Bless.
I believe language was invented to deceive. I believe that we had an instinct or a way of communication like the animals communicate, and that we didn't need words at a certain point, but language was invented to deceive. To, like, let's say you're talking to someone and you're having a conversation with them, and you can feel that person is actually lying to you, right? You know, you can feel it. You have this instinct that's telling you it's off, right? This is probably that animal instinct where the communication, that sort of communication comes into play. And I believe that language was meant there to be able to tell the person, if you're looking at them and you're saying, are you sure you like, something seems off about you. Are you feeling okay? And the person tells you, no, I'm feeling great. But you know that somewhere inside them, something's wrong. And the person is actually lying to you, right? Because he's telling you with the words. He's trying to convince you with his words that whatever's going on or what you're perceiving isn't accurate. So the words and language were actually literally invented to deceive, in my opinion. I yield.
So I have a question. Do you think that technology is interfering with our instincts?
Absolutely.
I thought
Definitely.
more language was to categorize and to organize our thoughts so we can communicate. We got to categorize, like in the garden, you had this animal's a dog, this animal is a categorization created to, I don't know, understand the world or something.
It was created. It was created to label things, but things aren't labels. You know, they like a tree. Tell me what a tree is. What's a tree? You know, it's like I'm asking the question, what is a tree? Can you tell me what a tree is?
So is it okay? I could draw you a picture of a tree and you would know exactly what it is.
You would, so we would both be able to recognize that the drawing that we're looking at would be defined as a tree the way that we know it, because tree is the word that we both use to define that picture. But it still doesn't explain what the tree is.
It's a tree.
You know?
A tree is a tree.
Right, but
no,
if we were
is a
talking
word.
like
tree is a word, okay?
Right. But from like a primitive point of view, I could draw you a tree and you and I would both know what it is. We wouldn't need to define it. We'd be like, oh, there's a bunch of those over there.
I could say the same thing to you. We both be standing in the front of a tree, and I could point to the tree and show you that's a tree, but not even know that, you know, like the word doesn't exist. But in some sort of primitive conversation, let's say 100,000 years ago, I don't know, but I'm just thinking, like, when we're both talking, let's say about a tree, like we're let's say, well, the apple fell out of the tree, and you would look at me and you'd have like this question in your minds, like, where did that apple come from? And we're both look at the apple, but we're not speaking any words. And I would just point at the tree, and you would understand that, okay, that apple comes from the tree. There wouldn't be any like actual language being spoken.
So what I'm trying to get at is that, like, the most primitive languages were like pictographs, like hieroglyphs, right?
Symbolism, I believe, was the first language.
Sure.
Symbolism was the absolute first language because it related directly to the subconscious mind.
Yep.
Communicated directly with your. That's how I believe the first languages were developed, was through symbolism.
Yes, yes. I kind of talked about that because symbols are also there in mathematics, so they're broader than just language itself. So I talked about a little bit about how the symbolic world, you know, and that is the world of the imagination versus the world of knowledge, which is available in language. You know, because you have to communicate knowledge, and communication itself is a stage lower than language, because communication could just be information. You could just be sending blips from one computer to another computer, and those two computers are technically communicating, you know, but they're not speaking to each other as the way we speak to each other, you know.
Exactly.
So
and
yes,
it relates directly back to the that expression where we say an image is worth 1,000 words. Well, imagine if an image, a full image, is worth 1,000 words. How, like, one symbol? What does one symbol? Could it be 3 phrases? Could it be a paragraph? Could it be a whole fucking chapter? Just one symbol? You get it? How is it?
Well, a word is a symbol. A word itself is a symbol. It's just more abstract.
That's right. That's right. You can overload symbols through layered uses of contextualization, and you can collapse the meaning, you know, and that's how they play around with symbols, you know, to begin with. Yeah, for sure.
Think about, like we were talking about language. Well, think about the English language and how even they use the symbolism in Latin. When you use words in all caps, it's not even the English language, right? Like the word Lord that we see right now, that's not the English language. You understand? Because there would have to be hyphens between each word. It's
English. You're allowed to do that.
Yes, but the actual word that you're looking at in all caps right there, Lord, is actually, you have to read it backwards, and each letter represents a word. So what you're looking at is not actually Lord. This is Latin. You understand? That's not English.
It is now.
Started out as pictures.
It's perceived as English because you think you're reading it like it. You think it's English, but it's not. That's Latin.
Now you're allowed to interpret it as English.
And if that whole phrase is in all caps, it would have been dog Latin, which is absolutely not English. It's all symbolism.
Oh, so if you all caps it, English is Latin.
Not all caps. It's not English at all.
It's not English.
If that whole phrase was in all caps, okay, and didn't have any hyphens between each word, then it wouldn't. That would have been dog Latin. All right.
What about spaces?
That's how
it's
they
based
trick you.
on the sounds that are
That's-
being created. It's like,
That's
for example,
how they superimpose the matrix on top of the realm that we live in. It's through language.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
language
you do
is the
superimpose
matrix.
matrix.
Exactly.
But
if
They
it's
speak a
still
different
English.
language when you're in
Maybe all
court.
caps is still English. If we could put some do
You
some
could
software
read it
to
as
detect
English,
English.
but you're deceiving yourself.
if you were to break
You're I disagree. I think you're deceiving yourself.
No,
hold on, Hank, hold on. If you were to break that word down into syllables, D, all of those syllables are significant in the Latin language and have like basic meanings. So like also I don't know that much about Hebrew or whatever, but L in the Hebrew language, like Elohim or whatever, that has to do with divinity. And there's a bunch of different words that are based like Elohim and
Yeah,
El.
Elohim means gods.
Right.
English is on the alphabet. Alpha and the bet. Alpha and the omega. Alphabet.
Yeah.
It all originated.
Can you agree that English can still words from other languages? Can you agree with that?
Languages are codes or secrets. Nations who communicate with each other, they have their secret code.
Can you guys agree that English borrows words from other languages?
American English is
well, we just said that because we're just talking about the word itself, alphabet. It's aleph and bet, from the Hebrew, so it's literally Semitic origin,
English is a dumbed down version of German.
Yeah,
it's a dumbed down version of a bunch of stuff.
It is.
No. It's literally do your research, bro. Okay, please don't argue with me if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh,
English
okay. You're
is a dumbed down version.
Now.
I'm serious. The English is a dumbed down version of German. That's it.
It's also a dumbed down version of
simple.
English. The current modern English is a dumbed down version of Old English too, which happened to not be German.
Directly from Germany. If you want, I'll bring up the language tree. If you want to see it yourself, I believe I can find it somewhere on Google Image. If Machine Minds wants
race, I could probably find it faster than you can.
There it is. Here we go. Let me see if I can go ahead and share my screen. Wait a minute. Okay, it's over here. Present. Share screen. See, there it is. See if
okay, we're on the same page, literally.
Okay, so where's English? There it is. Where does it stem from? Directly. It says here, if you see my cursor, Germanic. All right. And all of these stem from European, which we can't see. I don't know why it's.
So you're wrong because German's on a different branch. Germanic's not the same thing as German. So you're wrong.
It's Germanic.
Germanic's not German, though.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced the word. Okay, but I was.
Yeah, Germanic is not the same thing as
stems
German.
from Germanic. The English
so
language stems from
your source
Germanic.
says you're wrong.
What do you mean my source says I'm wrong? I just mispronounced the word.
Because German's on a different branch. It's not. German's not ahead of English. It's on a different branch. Germanic's the source for both English and German, but German's not the source for English. So your own source says you're wrong.
But it doesn't matter. It's still German. It's Germanic.
It's Germanic's not the same thing as German according to your source.
Well, we'd have to look up what Germanic and German language, what are the differences between the two languages. But I do believe that anyone who speaks Germanic will understand either German or English. Or any German
different notes in the
will
tree.
probably
That's all we
understand
need to
English.
see. It's not.
Yes,
it's
okay.
not.
So you can go at me for mispronouncing or misquoting this image here, but it doesn't matter. It's still Germanic. I was close.
Well, you said German and not Germanic, so I agree that's
Okay.
Germanic.
All right,
But
shoot me in the
disagree
head.
with German because your own source says you're wrong.
All right. Okay, I'm wrong. I'll admit it, but it's still Germanic. English stems from the Germanic language, and so
I
does
agree.
German. All right,
Yes.
there we go. So, and where does the Germanic come from? It comes from the European, and then it goes even further because there's another tree part that we don't see that I have here somewhere. I think here we go. Click on that. It's temporarily unavailable. Oh, that sucks.
I have the same thing, so you just switch to my screen.
All right, so I'll stop sharing mine then.
Yeah. Share mine yours. Now. It's the same one.
So you can see it completely?
Oh, yeah. TML, share my screen. See? Leave you on the same page.
Oh, yeah, that's it. So it even, you see in the bottom, it even gives you the maps of like where the languages stem from and started at.
Correct.
Interesting.
So, hey, I just wanted to kind of like weigh in on what you guys are saying right now. So, German is like 70% Latin, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Right. So you've got Anglo-Saxon. Anglo is an old way. English is an old way of saying English, right? You've got the Saxony is a place in Britain, and Saxonburg is also a place, like a state in Germany.
Yes.
Right. So the base for both languages is Latin. The other 30% of German is Nordic.
Yeah.
Because they migrated from the Nordic areas down into Europe. But the English are like, just island dwellers, and the freaking Germans are continent dwellers. That's basically if you go back far enough, they're basically the same thing. I just wanted to say that.
Well, kind of, because there's a Romance branch too.
Yeah, that's
the
French,
Germans,
Italian, Spanish.
Germans are the island boys.
Speaking of Dutch.
No, that's the English. The English are the island.
They're the island boys. The English are the island boys.
Correct. Into the island boys.
So no, what would be interesting is to be able to correlate the first language with the first religion, which the first religion would be animism, right?
Correct.
Okay. So
well,
if you,
I don't know.
Am I wrong?
I think me and Rocky would,
what'd you say?
Or I'm gonna take this off for now so we can talk to each other. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think about animism being the first religion? I think you would take issue with that, right? The first religion would be, what would you consider the first religion, Rocky?
Religion?
Yeah.
Well, I don't consider God's the Bible a religion, but I would say that false religion, or what was the first false religion? I don't know. Yeah,
first religion. What was the first religion?
Well, I believe in the Bible, so I would say Adam and Eve. I think all languages came from the ancient Hebrew, maybe, and then it used to be also a picture code. My pastor teacher, he used to teach Hebrew. He was a scholar. I'm not saying that his paperwork means anything, but the original Hebrew was picture, and then they gave it letters, just like, and they made it letters, and it all was picturette. And I don't know, what are the oldest books? What are the oldest? What were they written in? I don't know. Hebrew, I think.
Well, I believe the oldest language known to man are the hieroglyphics.
They were all hieroglyphics. They all started out hieroglyphics. Yeah,
Symbols.
Exactly. And ancient Hebrew, or I don't think it was even called Hebrew back then. It was just the language of the the people who followed the way, Adamites or whatever you want to call them.
I have a question, Rocky. Who did Cain breed with?
Oh man, don't get me started on that. I don't know everything. That's a mystery. There's some things we don't understand. Shit. I'll tell you something about the earth though. Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. Instant, that was period. And then in verse 2, it says, it's mistranslated from, everybody mistranslated in English and says, earth was void. That's not what it says. It says it became void. Became void. The fallen angels inhabited the earth before mankind was even created. And in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, period. And if you change the word where it says the earth was void to what it really was, it said it became void. The two same words. It's a depiction of time. So if you know that the earth became void, then you know the earth is much older than you think it is. It was restored in 7 days. God restored it in 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested. It was a restoration. He restored the earth.
Yeah, that interpretation makes more sense. Yes.
That's called the gap. And most Bible churches don't teach that. They teach
Tohu wa bohu.
Yeah,
tohu wa bohu.
So language and words are important.
Without form and without void. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating language to use, but yeah. Corresponding to the Septuagint, unseen and unformed in the Septuagint. Interesting. See, they kind of change it in the Septuagint from what it originally is.
Right here. It says here, Genesis 1:2. Now the earth was formless and empty. That word was, it should be translated became. They're both a period of time. They're both a time, was or became. It's a little bit different. It became void, which means that it wasn't created void. It wasn't created void. It was created probably perfect, and the fallen the angels lived on it for a period of time. They fell, and then the earth fell, and it became void because of fallen angel 4. And then we were created to resolve the angelic conflict. There's a conflict between Satan and God right now, and we are resolving it. A new creation was created to resolve the angelic conflict, which was already in existence. Adam and Eve were in the garden, and Satan had already fell. He had already fell. I mean, the earth had already been created, and it was destroyed once before because of Adam's fall.
Wow.
And it became void.
You see,
and then God restored it.
This is where I have to respectfully disagree, because I absolutely believe that the Bible is not a literal book. This is a complete allegorical book. Has nothing to do with any literal historical facts, none whatsoever.
All right.
And it's my belief. So
that's fine.
But that doesn't mean I don't believe in God. I'm just saying I don't believe that the Bible is a literal book. I yield.
It's okay. I'm not trying to force you to believe nothing. I'm just trying to.
By the way,
understanding.
Yeah. By the way, if you are interested, OTW, last time we had Richard Madsen, and we also had Aquarian TV. Two prominent astrotheologists within the community, and yeah, they follow your view as well. Because I'm also Aquarian TV is linked with he's a supporter of Adam Green, and he takes he takes a mythicist view, because I had Adam Green on here. Adam Green is a supporter of this show, The Machine Lives. So bless Adam Green, and other people. We got other people on deck. but we got people from all different religious backgrounds. I mean, we even have Orthodox religious preachers, so out here, representing the actual, view and stuff. And we have Protestant thinkers too. We had Southern Israelite on here, so we got all different views of even within the Bible on here. But our goal is just to present the information and let people have their own minds and even have competing viewpoints, so that we could see, so we actually welcome people to have disagreements here. We implore people to think for themselves. So it is what it is. If people have disagreements, I'm certainly not going to stand in their way, so to speak. I mean? Yeah.
Well, it's like there's so many different stories in the Bible that relate to so many different, like Jacob's ladder, right? Which correlates directly with the spinal column. It speaks about, it's because, think of it this way. When these people were writing these books back then, they didn't have the scientific terms for whatever, like I don't know, brain, cerebellum, pineal gland, things that they had no idea, but they wanted the stories to transcend time. So other people with the discernment would be able to decipher the coding within the story, just like Alice in Wonderland. Is story stems from the brain. It's like there's different types of stories that correlate directly with the biological anatomy, and I do believe that the Bible is a biological.
Now let me ask you. Let me ask you this. Yeah.
Go ahead. Who else put that?
Yeah, go ahead, Rock.
But the coding of our own body in the Bible, and you think man made it up. You don't think God had anything to do with writing the Bible, but yet there's a code in there that even describes your freaking body,
right,
before people even knew it existed. And you're saying that God had nothing to do with the
stories
Bible.
from the Bible stem from all kinds of different myths and stories that go back thousands of years, even before the Bible was written.
Okay. But it told you about this before we even knew about the rivers in the sea. It told you about the rivers in the sea. It told you that the earth was flat, had boundaries around it in a dome. It told you all this shit.
Who's to say? But you don't know what the word in the Bible, earth, could mean. The word earth doesn't mean they're talking about this planet. This is the like the limited mind frame of people that keep thinking inside of the box. You think that word means earth, or you think any other word in the Bible means what it means. You think the word sword means the word sword in the Bible? Do you think branch means the word branch in the Bible? No, that doesn't what it. There are all kinds of different allegorical definitions for the words that are being used in the story, because you limit yourself to the language and the box that you were already programmed into, instead of thinking outside of the box. And maybe that people that were writing these texts were trying to code things in there so they wouldn't be able to remove it, for people to be able to discern and decipher these fucking texts later on down the line, like a time capsule.
Written in every fucking language. The only book written in every fucking language.
Well, Harry Potter is too now.
Everybody understand
Right.
it.
The book, it book says it itself that it's either a book to free yourself from indoctrination, or it's going to enslave you by indoctrinating you.
Yeah.
So you have to decide which side of the book you want to be on. Do you want to be fucking dominated and ruled by the book and live by the book? Or do you want to actually decipher the book and understand what the book is actually telling you as a message? Because there's actually a real message, and the fucking book is actually a living book. It's a lie.
Why do you even care about the book?
Because
it's important.
Because I spend time researching and understanding and developing this awareness, where I do believe that I have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, so I can actually decipher these things and understand the actual message that's being portrayed in these stories.
Yeah, I care about the book, Rocky, because it is literally the most printed book in existence.
Well, the book itself says you have to have faith to understand a different means of perception than you are familiar with. Use reason and logic and imperialism as your means of perception. The Bible requires a non-meritorious means of perception.
Exactly. You have
Yeah.
to read it with spiritual eyes and not read it with your logical discernment and what you think is literal in the Bible, because the Bible is not a literal book. It's meant for discipline and instruction and for teaching and for and signs and symbols, and it's all there. It's written. The fucking book is telling you what it's about, and people still argue about whether it's true or not. But it literally tells you what it does and what it's supposed to do and what it's there for.
Who wrote it?
That doesn't make any difference. I don't even know the name of the guy that wrote the fucking book. I mean, maybe somebody out here will be able to tell me. But I know that King James, Constantine had something to do with it. There's and it goes back even further than that. Obviously, but I know there was like 500 years ago. There was a bunch of changes that were made. Books were removed. Now there's only 66 books. Odd coincidence.
Right.
Or 81, depending on which versions. It's multiple versions, so there's a bunch of others. It's a continuum. It's not just one.
Right.
And it all fits together. Written over 4,500 years by over 40 authors. It all mingles and fits together because they were inspired by the Holy Spirit of God. God wrote the book.
This is untrue. Okay, hold on. Let me look it up. I can even ask Google. Hey, Google.
The Bible
how many
says
incongruities are there in the Bible?
You have faith in that, so you
I
can't
didn't understand, but I found something else. Do you want to know how many contradictions have been found in the Bible?
Yes.
According to Wikipedia, and in 1860, William Henry Burr produced a list of 144 self-contradictions in the Bible. Biblical scholars have studied inconsistencies in and between texts and canons as a means to study the Bible and the societies that created and influenced it.
There you have it.
AI against me. Big fucking deal.
It's not
AI.
AI.
I got to get in on some of this. Peace and
It's pretty
respect to you
badass.
all.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Richard. Yep.
OTW, I don't know why you're so right, but congratulations on your honesty and bravery. And I think you are trying to seek what may be true, especially
I'm a truth seeker and a truth speaker, sir.
Well, congratulations to that, and that's very brave of you and difficult. I know because I'm doing that myself. So what I have up on screen here, and Machine Lies has graced me enough to put this up and share it with all of you. Since we were speaking earlier of the Tower of Babel, and this is a modern English literal translation that I'm working on, taking into consideration phrases and colloquial usage of terms and phrases from that time and in that place. That is to say, the ancient not so ancient, the more modern Jews, say 3,500 years ago, when these texts first were written down on the earth. So this is the Tower of Babel, but not as translated within the doctrine of some church, not within some dogmatic view. So without the presuppositions, if I could, thank you. I think this is what should be done for an English speaker to understand this. Now, it's a little bit dry. I apologize for that, but it's very specific. And if I could read just maybe 3 or 4 verses of this, I think you'll see what this is talking about. My desire, this is quoting, quote unquote, the Lord is how it gets translated. My desire is that it will come to pass and be better for you in the earth, that absolutely every of mankind in the earth will be made better in the time when they find the final language termination. That is the terminate language, the last language. And that is of one way and determined. In other words, you have no choice. And is the final language used to cross the shore. We're going to talk about the shore later, as it is here promised to be. And it came to pass that in the departing of time of preventing death eastward, that they had found out and breached the plane of the firmament wherein is heaven. Heaven, there's a firmament, a boundary that they cross over, which is the land of 2 rivers. and they of heaven will tarry and inhabit time there.
They're talking about the brain. Well, wait. I want to pause you right there. Wait. I want to pause you because I'll let you go on right after that. But they were literally, this is what I'm saying. My discernment tells me what you're speaking here. If you go back to the other verse, scroll back.
Yes, sir.
Please. All right. So what it's saying here, it's literally talking about the brain. Okay. The land of
two rivers
is the land of milk and honey. Okay. It's the land, it's the pituitary gland and it's the pineal gland that both secrete different, this is talking about the sacred secretion, guys.
Thalamus, hypothalamus. Yes.
Yes, exactly. And here's the departing of the preventing of death eastwards. So they're talking about the firmament, which is heaven, which is your brain, the top of your fucking brain. You get it? The firmament is your brain. It has nothing to do with the sky and this flat earth bullshit and whatever. It's talking about the human body.
That makes more sense.
Of course it makes sense.
So I have a question. Could it be possible that flat earth is one of the world's oldest psyops?
Oh, absolutely.
The flat plane is what seats beneath the brain. The brain is sitting on something underneath the brain. It's fucking flat. Okay. The rest of the brain is round. And if you look at it in any different perspective, you'll see that what I'm saying is absolutely true. The brain is sitting on a flat plane. The brain is the earth. Whatever you're talking about when they're saying the words earth, they're talking about the human being, the body, or whatever other part of the human body that is trying to allegorically portray as a message.
What book is this? What is this book?
This is the Torah, and this is Genesis 11, the beginning of Genesis 11, and what's normally called the Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel is the spinal column. It's the Mount Meru. It's the same storyline, just different. It's told differently. It's like telling the same story of Superman, but giving him a different name over 20 years. Every 20 years, you change his name into another new verse.
OTW, intelligent people are always jumping forward in the conversation. If I could slow you down just a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting excited.
It's okay, I understand. I get it.
This is a topic that you're right spot on.
You're jumping way forward before I make the case.
Go ahead.
So you're like making assertions based on what I'm about to try to show here.
Go ahead.
Men had promised existent mankind companionship, ascribing them to make white tile, and kindled the idea utterly within them and burned it thoroughly inside them so that it would come to pass. That is, they had to have the people do it. And it came to pass that they made white tiles, which built troubled slime pits of desire to come to pass, like pits of red mire. And they had promised and ascribed the buildup would be to us, kept available for everyone, a great tower elevated as a stage and a pulpit, whose head is lofty in the air, and it wrought them conspicuous position by name. In other words, people unknown could become very famous. And regard, despite being scattered abroad throughout, scattered in the earth. And it was regarded in sight of absolutely everything in the firm earth, and made obvious in sight everything to all, whosoever was in the firm earth. Then descended Jehovah and came down and beheld the guarded city of excitement, anguish, and terror, and the emerging sign of the magnified tower they therein built up, sons had built. And he destroys it. Okay, so if I said there was this thing where everyone could communicate and everyone could see everything, and people before that completely unknown of could become very, very famous, and it was to be a pulpit where you could express ideas to this mass population across the entire earth, and its head was in the heavens. Just what am I talking about there?
Internet.
Yes, thank you. It's talking about the internet, and how OTW ties into this is internet is a product of the mind. That we all came together and agreed that the low people actually made the thing happen, that the idea had to be burned into them, and that it was told to us we could be famous and it would be secure. Now, did that not happen exactly that way? It did.
Well, I just want to ask really quickly, who saw my presentation in the beginning of the show on Aristotle and Quine? Did anybody? OTW, you saw it demolished. Did you happen to catch it?
I came in late, boss. I'm sorry.
Oh shit, dude. Well, it is fucking mind blowing that you have just stated what you just stated, because it was like the fucking tie-in. It basically like put a bow on the top of like everything I said, so much so that this presentation.
I'll have to go back and watch that.
Yeah, I'll have to end this presentation right here because because I have to go to congregational prayer, but two, I think that just perfectly put a bow on every fucking thing I just tried to present, like perfectly.
I've found often in my life I've said things people needed me to say and I didn't know why I was saying them.
That was one of those times. That was definitely one of those times, because it was like, oh shit, like you just wrapped up a bit, because I'm actually astonished that you didn't watch my presentation, because that actually doesn't make sense, because you are on that level with everything I was just presenting to a maximum degree. Yeah.
Well, everybody knows Aristotle, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure do. Whether they even know they know it or not, they know Aristotle. That's the problem. Aristotle's in their head, whether they know it or not.
It's pervasive in our culture, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm gonna go around with closing statements, and I know Rocky wants to come in on this. Go ahead, brother Rocky. You know what you got to say?
Oh no, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, for sure. Bless.
So
yeah.
The internet. So
yeah.
Like, but is it good?
Yeah, exactly.
No, well, it's good, but there's also troubled slime pits in it.
It's good for me. The internet is good for me. I got my OS from the internet.
All right. Well, thanks. Peace. It was a good show. I came in late too. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. No worries. No worries. You guys check it out soon. Yeah. You got any words of wisdom for everybody, Rocky?
Keep studying. Keep studying the Bible.
That's right. That's
All
right, folks.
bye.
Keep studying. Bless you, brother. Yeah. And then I'll go with Cecil. Cecil, you got something to say to the shit? I accidentally took myself away. Go ahead.
You're muted, man.
Oh shit, you're muted, Cecil.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that I've heard a lot of metaphysicists talk about this thing called the Ethernet. We're basically speaking to like how we're all connected together, like spiritually or metaphysically through an electrical field or whatever.
Yep.
And this could have been the groundwork for the first concepts of like the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure is. It still
Also,
works on radio signals, you know.
Yeah,
electricity.
Our teeth are like metal antennas in our hairs and all that kind of stuff. So it's not surprising that they talk about the concept in the Bible. But real quick, I'm at hashtag video game app because I'm like poor now, and I'm in my winter hibernation of not working and whatnot. So
put it in the chat. I'll put it up for you. Yeah.
I don't know if I can do chats on
Shit. How do you spell that shit, man?
Put in private chat. Put in private chat. Well, I'll post it in public chat.
Is money symbol what? Money symbol, spell it.
Video game app.
Video game app. So the word video game and then app.
Yes.
Okay, so all one word, like that, like this.
Yep.
Here, hold on, like this. All right.
That is correct.
Y'all support Cecil Drake, man. He's a longtime friend of the show. Bless you guys, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could, please, before OTW is gone, I've put, and I'd like to invite you to do a show with me sometime on my channel, and I would trade you. I put that document that I was just reading from a little snippet of in the private chat for you at Machine Lie's suggestion. Yeah. And I would love to have further discussion with you, because it seems to me that, and I'm not just blowing smoke up your butt, it seems to me that you are an honest seeker and you are not locked into some dogma. So I would really love to have further conversation.
Let's do it.
Look, I'm still live right now. I'm still live right now. If ever you want to join us on my stream, you can go ahead and check us out.
He's got a great stream too. Yeah, he's got a great stream too. Actually, how I was full screening everybody like this and like this. Actually, I learned that from the OTW news. So that's actually, I was actually watching him do that, and I was like, oh, that's a good idea. So yeah, he's been doing it probably longer than I have.
I've been
Just
here for a
judging by
year
his
now.
age. But yeah. So yeah.
But
So
I've been
definitely.
doing like YouTube stuff for about 5 years. But this is like for broadcasting, I've actually been doing this for a year now.
Yeah, and actually, Richard, our brother here, he's a translator and a scholar of the text of
I
of
don't
the
call
Bible.
you names.
Yeah.
Well, that's great because that can make a pretty interesting conversation because you could bring up all kinds of different scriptures and I could give you my perception of what I believe it means.
Yeah, that's
or,
right.
We could have fun with that. We could actually,
Great.
have
Yeah,
an interesting stream there.
Yeah, you guys have show after show. I already know. But yeah, man, bless you guys, man, for being
All
here.
right.
Okay, Hank. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, there's really powerful desktops on eBay under the headline workstation. I'm probably gonna make a PC buying guide by the end of the month to help people in the Panelverse who have underpowered equipment. So you can build a gaming PC stronger than the PC I have right now for $300 or less.
Damn.
So you can look out for that.
Damn, that's good, man. I'm hearing you, bro. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, good shit, Hank. Good shit. Hey, thank you for that. You got anything else for us?
That's enough for now. I need to upgrade my equipment. I need to get everything on Fedora 39.
Okay, for sure. Thank you for joining us, Hank. Bless you, brother. Yeah. And I'll talk to you soon. And reach out to me if you need anything. Yeah, I see you, C. So I'll put you back up in a minute. What's up with you, Brother Madsen? Go ahead. Show us some of your wisdom, and I know you got tons of it. So let's.
I don't have wisdom. I have spent a lot of time in the last decade learning things that I didn't even care about before.
Yeah,
you got wisdom, brother. You got wisdom. Lay it on these people.
The reason that the Jews tell the Christians to read it in Hebrew is because none of the English translations accurately depict what the Jews understand the text to mean. So if you don't do the research, if you don't do the etymology, if you just accept Christianity as it's presented in modern churches, or you're reading a modern translation without putting in that effort, you're intellectually lazy, you can't be serious about it, and you're going to have the wrong ideas.
Dude, do you know how many months I spent reading through the Bible and I had a book next to me?
Am I supposed to pray and ask about that, or you just tell me? You can just tell me.
Well, can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I spent months just like writing down the words and what their allegorical meaning was. So I have a book here with all kinds of different words. So now when I'm like anytime I read a scripture, I know that when I'm reading a certain word, it's not the word that I'm actually reading. Anyway, so it's like I developed that technique over like months because I really wanted to make sure that when I was reading scripture, I wasn't reading it literally. You understand? I wanted to like develop that keen part of like practicing a muscle, like doing some
just real quick. OTW, you may have gotten to the part where you have the story of Cain and Abel, and Christians are very confused why God would defend the bad guy. And it's okay that he killed the good guy because of their traditions. But the name Abel means personal vanity. And the name Cain means to transition or to change your mind specifically.
Exactly.
So the story is about him killing his own vanity.
Yeah, it's killing his ego.
Oh, very good,
death
man.
Of the ego. It's the death of the ego.
Very good. Wow. I look forward to speaking with you. This is awesome.
Yeah, I do too.
You guys on some other shit for real. Yeah, bless you guys for being here with me. You guys are mad deep. Thank you guys. Bless you guys for being friends of the show.
Yes,
yeah, Richard. Okay, man. You have a blessed day. Yeah, thank you so much.
You.
And yeah, I'll hit you guys off with OTW news next, and come back soon, Richard. Please. Bless you, brother.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on the show, man. I enjoy all your presentations, all the information that you bring out. I hate your panels, but I love your show.
Yeah, that's about it.
All right. So, I mean, thanks for having me, man. And you're always welcome over onto OTW News, man. Much love and respect to everybody in the audience. Peace out. And make sure you come and check us out over on OTW News. We'll be continuing this conversation. For anybody who wants to join in, make sure you pop over. So peace out.
Sure. I'll be there soon. And if you know, Unslave kicks me out, I got another. I'll just sit in the back. You know, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay, man.
I won't worry. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Yeah, no worries.
My co-host has absolute, you know,
yeah, that happened to me on a Benton show too. So
Okay.
it is what it is. But yeah, you know, yeah, a long time ago. But yeah, bless you for being here, brother. And yeah, thank you for being a friend of the show. Yeah, thank you, brother.
Cool.
Yeah,
peace.
Yeah, take care, friend. Yeah, peace. Okay, we got Cecil again. What's up, Cecil? You got something you wanna? You got something going on?
You like how I get your attention? I freaking
Yeah,
I go
I know. I seen that shit, bro. So what's up?
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say, like $300 for a gaming computer is a really good deal. I'm paying.
Hank's pulling it together. You know, that's some shit, man.
I paid like almost $1,000 for this gaming laptop that I'm on, and it's like not even the top end. You know, so I mean, $300. Obviously, desktops are better because they have more fans in them for gaming and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I might just pay the amount that I paid because it's a laptop. But besides that, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing that if he's gonna make a interpretive manual on building your own PC for gaming purposes. That's all I wanted to say.
Bless you, Cecil, man. Thanks for being out here, man. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, man. You have a blessed day, dude, and probably see you tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? We'll come through tomorrow, you know, and we'll talk about some shit, you know, after I give my little presentation on Nietzsche, you know, and Christian futurism. You know, I'll be talking about some themes, you know, right-wing Nietzscheanism and Christian futurism, the conflict between these two things running into the future. You know, let's get up in this Tower of Babel before I go, you know, and I'll play some of the Talcott show for you guys. Bless you guys, man.
Thoughts have imaginations. Is it then any wonder nor marvel that we can create what we imagine? It is only logical to assess and conclude that if we created beings by the hand of the Creator, we must have the same ability to create. To make things without imagination, we would solely lack the ability to create. In Genesis, we have the Tower of Babel, a man-made creation that stood in rebellion towards God. In this we read, "And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they all have one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do." So it is not impossible that what we imagine will be possible. At Babel, it was not just referring to technological advancement, but also the evil they were willing to undertake. Imagination is not a problem. It does not become an issue of imagination itself, but rather the problem is what we imagine.
Yeah, buddy. Open your mouth. Tilt your head back. Open your mouth.
May as well. Paul's here pissing all over.
We did the man-child today for you, Slow State, and others. You and Jack may want to go watch the Underground Man and the Man.
How is that not being reactive? Like, he's not even modeling what he's criticizing everybody else for.
He doesn't ever model what he's criticizing.
Okay.
Listen to his tone. You can hear the bitch tone. It's he's got this little rhythm. He gets in his mind and he just starts flowing this little bitch talk.
Is he the pimp guy that's trying to start a harem?
Yeah, but so far all he's got is homeless dudes.
but there's other dudes in the harem.
The one that streams from a camp.
It's like an all men's homeless camp.
Oh, okay.
You know, Paul could do more. He could help more people. He could have helped me, but he chooses to make everyone think that I'm unhelpable, right? Or that I'm the problem. Paul thinks I'm the problem between he and I.
You're on record.
Right, Paul?
Hey, what's up with the beta male above you who every time he...
You know what? I'm done. Have a good night, Paul.
I'm a Sigma male.
Fucking A.
So you don't even know your hierarchy. Probably because you're on the bottom of it.
I mean, hurt people, right?
Yep. And
his daddy issues aren't our problem. He's too damn old to be spreading his daddy problems all over the world.
You're right. He's old enough that he should be able to. We should be.
He's 34.
He's old enough that he should be able to have a conversation about his behavior without constantly flipping the script and trying to be.
Jesus was already dead by the time he was Paul's age, and yeah. Look how unimpressed the Machine Lies looks, like smugly unimpressed. Even with the sunglasses on.
Well, I was going to open up on that topic about the heart. So
yeah,
in terms of moving away from thoughts and thinking about thinking, that sort of self perpetuated and masturbatory kind of process, because thoughts don't really accomplish much, but the domain of the heart is not the domain of emotions, as I would implore people to think, but I think it would be the will, action, is the domain of the heart, activity, because activity comes from the spirit, thoughts come from, thoughts are what we just saw, like reactions to things, right? Preponderances, and it's like when you act without thinking, then you already knew it. There's an action without thinking that's foolhardy, and they say, well, you went with your heart, over your head. But the thing is that, once you know something for a fact, then when you act with your heart, it's actually beneficial, because what you learn, you don't use your brain to then accomplish it. You only use your will to do it. Once you've already learned, what you learn becomes second nature. So you simply just follow through with your will, and bam. So, so maybe I could just open it up with that, and let everybody else get in on the topic, because the people deserve to reflect on these topics. Bless you guys, man.
Hey, Jack.
Too. Yeah, Chuck.
Coming back to your original topic, I could be 100% wrong, but I believe that your mind produces all the logic and the emotions come from the heart. Because, I can remember a love interest, and it went way south, and I didn't know why. And the pain I felt was not in my head. The pain I felt was in my heart. So that's why I tend to believe that the heart controls the emotions, whereas the brain controls the logic side. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on that or not.
I've talked about that quite a bit, Chuck.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, in the past, I mean, yes, the logic of the mind is what produces our fear, our faith. It's what produces the explanations, but the heart is what we know. And I think, I haven't thought this through completely, but I think there is a connection between the subconscious and the heart. And it might be through the heart communicates through the subconscious or into the conscious or whatever. I don't know. There's a connection to all those things, but I agree, Chuck. The heart is the conceptual heart is the emotional center. It is well, it's the core of who we are. And I believe that is how we're supposed to live. The world teaches us to live in the mind, right? Get all the details, make all the preparations, do all the planning. But it is the heart, I think, what Machine Life says. I love how you said that. When the heart knows the intention, you just flow through. It already does it. It's the will. So bringing the mind into the heart's will and living there more often, outside of the logic, outside of the confines of logic, but not absent the logic, allowing the heart to lead and the mind to guide.
Can I say something about that, Jack? Actually, I'm sorry to hop in. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing
Welcome,
today? I hope
Aaron.
you're all well. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Love your background.
Oh, thank you very much. I was like, you know what? Enough people were eating mushrooms last night. We might as well give them a little after effect. Literally, it was everywhere across YouTube. I don't know what that was, but yeah, it was everywhere. So you just hit on a point. What's in people's hearts? What's in people's minds? How they portray themselves? What they know? What they don't know? How we all give away our ignorance to those who may know a little piece that we don't know, how we give away our lack of humility, or, admit to hubris without even recognizing it. That's one of my favorite things that most people miss. It's one of those things that, the old term is don't play poker with somebody who knows you better than yourself, because they can tell your tells, right? So this is a thing I've been listening to. That's why I didn't hop up earlier. How many folks here are actually expressing their grievance as opposed to their interest in this conversation is interesting to me, because there is a disingenuousness, as Flo State pointed out earlier, not on one person, but on a number of panelists, and I'd say even Jack to some degree, in getting back and forth with a little bit of the bully, because Jack, you have that propensity sometimes to let it out, and I would urge you to do that, honestly, because it's your panel, and earnestness and honesty is a thing.
And it's good content.
It is. It can. Yeah. If you want to talk about content, yeah. I just believe that one of the things that's being missed from the understanding of folks in general may be the lack of idea to know what brigading is. Do you know what brigading is, Jack? In YouTube terms, by the way?
No.
I don't think a lot of
that's what's happening with the trolls.
Yes, sir. Gen X.
Yeah.
That is exactly what's happening with the trolls. And I'm not going to let it fucking slide as if we don't know what's fucking happening, because most of the people, other than the people doing it, are very aware of it. And the people that are doing it think that they're smarter than others when they're playing a 12-year-old's game, which is fine if you want to do that in the right environment. But when you're talking about folks like me.
Yeah, really. Like, it's 2020. Like,
this is the future. Get in it.
24 at this point, so
Yeah.
These tactics, it's like old hat, really, I mean, really the thing is,
yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Machine. 2016 was the year of the edgelord. If that's where you're still at, go play Call of Duty, please. and I say that with my heart of hearts, because this conversation is about extending thought, extending hypothesis, extending what Jack's theories are, and or trying to get there to a point of understanding between people. You have a very mixed panel here. And I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about religion, other people's religion. I keep hearing dog whistles about
but the
Muslims
problem,
and Jews,
the problem is, Aaron, is that me and Jack never went online, and I doubt. I don't know about Brother Talcott, but actually, I didn't even use the computer much before I started doing this. Maybe at the in the middle of this year, and I never ever was a part of any online communities before that. I'm talking about zero online communities. So,
it shows, by the way, because you have normal.
Yeah, I just talk to people in real life. Yeah. So
you would, any of the things I've heard from you would never not share at a bar.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
I would dare any of these people who behave the way they do to behave the way they do at a bar and see what happens. I can tell you, because it'd cause a brawler fight. And it's because we don't behave this way without the screen. And this is part of the thing that Jack talks about a lot, is the graciousness towards others. It's not easy. Nobody's saying that that dude up there is perfect. Not him, not anybody. Anybody tries to extrapolate to that, I think is kind of fucking outed themselves. This is the tell I'm talking about. As stupid, frankly, in my opinion, but let's make it nice, ignorant of the situation. And, you know, that's my opinion on that subject. But here's the other thing that I got to share. I have heard repeatedly admissions of ignorance of other people's beliefs while lambasting them.
Hey, I agree with that, Aaron. And that's why I asked Jeff for clarification. So that way I can kind of get an understanding from where he's coming from and let him know that I was joking around in the process.
Exactly. Exactly. And Moose, you're a great example of how, if you don't know something, Machine doesn't know something, if Gen X doesn't know something, even if Flo doesn't know something, he'll challenge it with thought. He'll challenge it with a question. He's not, and even Flo, who I know doesn't agree with a lot of the principles that we talk about or Jack talks about, will give it its space, right? I mean, at least to ask the question to it, and is fair-minded about it. And I just want to make this last point. If you don't understand something and your first leap is to deny it and be angry about it or take it as an offense to you, that is the timbre of the character of the person receiving the message, not of the message. As we have always said, don't kill the messenger, you know? And I just want to extend that as a part of the conversation. And then my question is, Jack, how often do you feel that people are just not understanding each other or the language of the conversation?
I honestly think it happens a lot on these panels too. We'll have like 4 different conversations going on, it seems. I mean, people just, I don't know. Communication is a tough thing, especially in the way we've been taught, because everyone's been taught to, people have been taught different things. Some people believe everyone is a liar, and that's why they don't want to believe anything that's said. They'll challenge it and oppose it and make sure that anything they accept is absolute. Well, sometimes that caution, it keeps us just from accepting the simple concepts. We get caught up in the details, and we lose sight of the big picture. And I think that's what the whole world is in the scope of our lives. Many of us, we've lost sight of what the big picture is. What is our role here on earth? Why are we here? I don't think we're here to be slaves to someone else's rules. I don't think we're here to be slaves. I don't think we're here to fight. I think we are here to learn and to have fun. I really do.
What would you actually say, though, to those that seem so willing to use the battle first before the willingness to understand?
That's the kind of the the danger of the heart, you know, is you know, the danger of the heart is in revenge, you know, and in kind of a blind faith, you know, but also but the danger of the mind is in analysis, as Jack you know, astutely pointed out, you know, that you could divide things, obviously, you know, infinitely so. You know, you could just keep on finding categories within categories, definitions within definitions, you know, more striations. You know, a different tool you have will give you a different measurement, you know, and that's what it is. You know, the mind is like a tool, actually, you know, because it has faculties, you know, but the heart doesn't have faculties. You know, the heart has a singular awareness, you know, which is part of the will, you know, and that's why once turned, you know, and directed towards a certain thing, it doesn't necessarily go halfway. You know, there's no divisions in the heart, you know. So like, I think the heart, it can be dangerous as well, you know, as the mind is dangerous, but it's about controlling these things, you know, but not really controlling, more understanding what they're there for, you know, because trying to control something that you haven't mastered could be also dangerous. You know, it could manifest, you know, all sorts of inconsistencies, you know.
Aleister Crowley. Anyways.
There was a time in my life where, of course, obviously because of my life, the way it was, you know, being put up for foster care and in foster homes and all the abuse, I was a very sad young man for a long time. And that sadness in my life turned to anger. And that's what you see today is the angry old man. But one of the things I realized is that my anger came from the sadness. And the sadness, the anger came from my head. The sadness came from my heart. And the reason that my head was so angry is because my heart was so sad. And I found out that my heart is sad because I see all this shit in other people that I don't want to see. Nobody wants to see the anger. We do want a cupcake in a sense, if you want to use that term. We do want to be buddies. We do want to be friends. And one of the things I realized when I started studying psychology was that because there's an anger here and a pain here, the sadness here, they're two different distinct things, but they're very relative. But I couldn't blame it on other people anymore because of what was in here. And it's because of what was in here that was put there when I was a young kid and not having the ability to contemplate it at that time. So once I started studying psychology, I realized my sadness is my own. And my anger is developed from all the other things that I see in other people, just like the sadness was developed in my heart. That's why I came up here tonight, Jack, because I realized the problem between me and you, it really doesn't have to do with the outside anger or the outside sadness that we see. It's the sadness and the anger in myself. And that's what I'm telling you, Jack. You, of all people, like I said before, helped me start learning about my anger again and realizing how out of control it is. Jack, everybody else, just like Paul says, just like many psychology books say, we are all one another. We are all relative to the very same unconsciousness, subconscious, the things that we don't realize until we actually start thinking about them and correlate what we're thinking about with our heart. So I have learned from Jack, that I have displaced my anger. I'm asking you to see if maybe you've displaced yours.
Hey, thank you, brother. Sincerely, I appreciate everything you've offered. Those were great lessons, and I hope people can realize that too. Anger is often a result of our sadness. And the path to healing is to actually identify those things and understand those feelings within. So, El Perro, thank you as well. I have seen your growth. I'm grateful you found opportunities to review your anger with me or through me. And I look forward to the future.
What do you think about that duplicity of mirroring? Meaning you give in, one gives in to the anger that we have about others because we aren't either perceived as we want to be, understood ourselves as we want to be, and we see others maybe experiencing something that we aren't. What do you think about that duplicity of mirroring? Because I find that constant, especially on these panels. I hear a lot of people angry at you for the things that they themselves seem to not understand.
Yeah. This is the world we live in. I mean, and that's part of, I think, part of the problem is the minds and hearts have not been properly understood through the masses. So the education system I went through, that we went through, it really didn't design us for life. Aaron and I were talking earlier, and he shared some lessons he learned when he was young. And I realized these lessons we learn when we're actually, you know what? The lessons we learn at any time in our life, they can dramatically change our trajectory and our future, such as we find out a friend has been untrustworthy. We find out a partner has betrayed us. We find out an organization, whatever. Things happen and life brings us changes. I totally bounced way away from your question, didn't I, Aaron?
No, I mean, we're having a philosophy panel. This isn't math. We're not going to end up with a 7 + 7 = 14, and we all go, oh, okay. No. Which is oftentimes, by the way, one of the things I really find, and I'd love to hear Machine's thought on this, because I know you deal with topics like this that are quite confusing to people, and they expect some n-sum result, some zero-sum game, or I'm sorry, some actual gain beyond zero-sum. How do you actually express that to people who expect an outcome? And anybody, this is to anybody. How do you expect how to explain that to people who want a W or L? Because there is none.
That's the paradigm that I think we want to try and break out of, is the focus on the win-loss. Man, that's not the purpose. The results are not the purpose. The experience, the journey, the growth, those are the purpose. So how do we convince others to break away from that? Help me figure it out, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I don't know how you convince anybody of anything. There's
that's a
logic.
key.
There's persuasive rhetoric. There's modeling.
Yeah, that's a key point that that Jack just raised about not having victory or defeat in mind, because somebody who's already of clear conscience and has already made the effort beforehand, they all they have to do is give the performance. I mean, they're not going to be necessarily focused on the goal and not the task, so to speak. And that's what sincerity is. It's focusing 100% on what you're doing, not diverting your attention. And that's kind of what it is that, somebody who's in that mode isn't focused on praise or blame or victory or loss or all those things. They already worked all of that out, that, whether or not they pass or fail is going to be, what they're doing has value. And that's why the heart works with integral things. It works with relations. And that's another vehemently dangerous aspect of relations, is that relations, it seems like soft. It's like, oh yeah, well that's soft stuff. Relations, that's puppy dog stuff. But actually, relations is politics. Like like Mao Zedong said, war is politics, with blood, and politics is war without blood. So it's like two heads of the same coin. Or you could take the Frank Zappa one, where he says that politics is the entertainment division of the military industrial complex. It kind of rings true. I mean, it's kind of like that's the kind of and that doesn't diminish its value, or its danger. Actually, the acting part is the most dangerous part of the whole, schemata of the thing. If you could dig that, but yeah.
No, that sounds real. Jack and I were actually talking about this exact thing being observed in action that most people don't understand about the politics side, by the way, that it's very human, that it's very flawed, and that it is an entertainment or a performative thing, that to get people to a center ground of compromise, which by the way is people, both parties mildly unhappy with the outcome but happy enough, as opposed to cooperation, which is both parties walking away very happy. To watch these things go down, you'd think that there's all kinds of weird spy stuff, and no, it's just folks standing in a room smoking a couple cigarettes trying to figure out how they can get to the median ground. And I think people miss that. I think they imagine some higher, holier than thou, despicable or non-despicable aspect, whether it be religious or other, to the middle ground of people's understanding of each other. That there is no control from some otherly being when we're sitting here on a panel or in a bar, or it's just you and I. It's just machine and I. And by the way, for all intents and purposes, machine and I, based off of the ignorance of many people in our nation, shouldn't get along. We should be enemies. We should see each other as evil. I'll never see that.
That's why fighting others is always about knowing who you are, because it's about getting into the ring with yourself. It's about seeing if your training actually worked. That's the shadow boxing aspect of it. You know, that you have to shadow box yourself before you enter the ring. And that kind of goes with you know, kind of more so you know, in terms of just, you know, acting without thinking about what you're doing, when it really becomes second nature, you know, and the performance aspect of it, you know, it's really in the heart. But yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there. I apologize, guys. Sometimes it comes out, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
It is
We're
what it
getting
is.
very deep into the interpersonal and the stuff that honestly I think it's hardest to nail down. I think these are the places that most people can't get to nail them down and say, oh, these are our minute differences that we can just look past because they're, you know, not as important as the greater good for each of us. You know,
I have a question. I've been noticing everything we've been doing the past 30 minutes. It's all been head stuff. It's been trying to figure things out with our head.
No actual field action you're talking about, Jeff?
And I fall into that too. Well, I just think it's interesting
that's where I
because
was-
it's my normal
that's where I
mode
was
as well.
gonna-
But if it's about moving into the heart,
That's where I was gonna go with it. Thank you for reminding me, because it was essentially what I was gonna say is that fighting others is about knowing yourself. Whereas a strategist, he could plan a battle in his mind without ever participating in the battle. You know what I'm saying? So the mind, you know, a strategist could master war without ever being in a battle. You know, he just has to know about the history of the conflicts, you know what I mean, and how to move the different soldiers on the battlefield. You know what I mean, right? So he doesn't actually have to participate in the war, but the warrior has heart. You know, the warrior is about sacrifice. He's like, no, I'm gonna show up and defend what's mine. You know, that's about yourself. That's about taking your own ass to the battlefield and defending what's yours. That's more of a warrior thing, is heart shit, but that's about fighting yourself. You know, that's what I was gonna say, is about fighting yourself versus the mind, you know, not really getting involved with shit. But yeah.
So I wonder if there's a relationship between moving from heart to head and what you said, moving from action, from dreaming to action, because I see a lot of that too, like will, heart is will.
Right, and that's why technology is such a thing, because technology is about action, but it does things for us, so we get confused. You know, it saps our heart energy, it saps our sincerity, because it sets things into motion without us like participating in it. People think like, man, shit is real when like people made this shit. You know, people want to buy shit people made. They say it's more real, it's more authentic, it's more of a higher quality. You know, because somebody who's making something, because a machine can make product like the same thing every time, you know, but it doesn't necessarily, you know, a human creative effort will not perform the same way every time. And that's kind of the heart, is like uniqueness. You know, it's like putting your own touch on it. You know what I mean? It's like a weird aspect of things. You know what I mean? And that's why we have, yeah.
Barbie, what do you think about all this?
Yeah,
I'm just listening.
Okay.
By the way, Barbie, are you Yeti or are you Sasquatch? Are we? I'm confused. Are you subgenius by any chance?
She's just trans.
Oh, cool.
I'm not trans. Why do you guys think I'm literally?
I
have
don't.
children and I own children.
No,
I'm just
I asked.
I'm
Oh,
just
so was
funning
somebody
with you, Barbie.
No,
I know.
I never did think you were.
She's just reactive.
Speaking of on the ground, and I'm sorry, Jack, you were about to say something.
Go ahead.
I just noticed somebody in chat that I don't want to call them out, but I want to address.
Oh,
this
call them out.
statement.
That's what they're there for.
Okay,
Definitely do that.
Hold on a second. If I'm gonna do that, let me get real close in on it. Yeah. No. Melanie Moran Can these two motor mouths pipe down already? There is a button.
Wow.
There's a button. It's on your phone or device. It changes the channel if you're that concerned about this kind of conversation. If not, feel free to put your foot on the ground, your finger on the other button, and take part in the conversation because you don't agree.
It's a crackdown of the century.
Well, it's
Praise God.
You know, we're here to figure things out between us and have this conversation to the betterment of everybody if we can, or the worse of everybody. We don't know.
Yep,
That's the great thing about these conversations. But when you deny the conversation, you let everybody know that you're just a spinning little frothing who knows what out there. And I'm concerned you have a license, frankly, because if that's the logic you're using because it's chat, well, I'd say that's probably the logic you use when people aren't looking at you, which is kind of what Machine was talking about when you're talking about the actions of the heart in the world. And this is where we, all of us, want to build a place. And I think Jack is very much about this, where we can trust each other, that you're not going to walk into the next room and despicably tear somebody else apart because you're not in their point of view. And I would say that the more we understand our differences, the more we should love the diversity of each other, rather than to point out, I'm not and everybody's a nutter because we don't know what's in your mind. Do you understand that expecting others to know what your situation is, despite the obvious preface and examples, makes you the limited experience person? And that is unfortunate, because everybody here wants to address and engage. And when people aren't, you're telling on yourself. And it is part of the environment of the modern internet. And it is a sad thing that most of us don't enjoy, but we want to reach out to. We want to say, hey, and even Flo does this, and not to point you out, Flo, but Flo does this as well in his own channel. Yeah, you do.
Just want to take advantage of the fact that Flo is under me right now. Just want to.
You should see what I'm doing.
Shake weight. It's just a shake weight.
We don't want to see
I
it,
know
Flo.
it's just a segue. I'm literally the awkwardness Joe is not wafting in my face.
No, it's not. I know, because I'm drowning down here.
Flo, what's that word? Aquadasia?
Aquadasia.
Oh, the cologne.
Say that for me again, though. I love the way you say it.
Aquadasia.
Well, Melanie Moran, I'm sorry, you're an observer, yes, but once you're in our chat, you're part of the conversation here. That's how YouTube and the chats work. And to extrapolate yourself just because you don't like the fact that you've been addressed for something that is fairly not innocuous, but rather kind of despicable in a certain way from the point of view of those that are trying to engage around you and here, I would just say be aware that the troll thing, if you're in your 30s, 40s, or 50s, that ended, once again, as we mentioned, 2016 was the year of the edgelord, and those were teenagers playing Call of Duty. None of that behavior. And as somebody who is a touted reverend of the subgenius, I can tell you this: trolling is done. Trolling is long done. We gave up on that as a way to move people.
I think the trolls will always be with us, but it's how you manage them.
True that. And it's just not fun for anybody. And it's just not making a point. And the point I'm trying to say is, I think everybody wants to find engagement and love here.
Yeah, if we can keep showing up and giving Jack some more elevated content, then he won't even need the trolls on here.
Yeah. Although it's fun to have them up here. That's why I'm inviting you.
Well, knock them out. They don't come on my channel at all. If y'all want a troll-free channel, come on mine. We don't have them.
Yeah, I don't generally have them either.
Channel. Jeff's got a good channel.
I haven't checked your channel yet. I got to check that out, Jim.
I just discovered it today.
We're live every day, 7 days a week at 2 p.m. Central. Open panel.
Very cool. It's a new day, and I'll hope for the best.
What the fuck is this cupcake?
You're not very good at pattern matching, are you, Jack?
No, he's terrible at it.
Good Lord.
Snafu.
That's all you needed.
Yep. Good try, brother. You can try again tomorrow.
People don't change his stripes.
All these guys suffer
Jack
from
is forgiven,
COA disease.
What's that, Chuck?
Center of attention disease.
Well, it's the ego. It is the result of conditioning. And the conditioning has been enabled in a dysfunctional society So we've got a lot of people running around seeking attention, but not wanting any responsibility or actually any accountability. They just want the attention.
That's why I always say, take my advice. I'm not using it. That's my theory on a lot of people.
God, the dad joke.
Like, be quiet, Flo. Go back to your shake weight.
All right, I'm just down here drowning still.
Oh, because you're in
Barbie,
the
let me
basement?
up.
Oh, that's funny. That's real funny.
But
Too
by the
much
way,
aquadasia.
Chuck, I really do feel you on this, man. I think that I'm sorry, I'm getting a little off, but I think there's just a lot of misplaced value. I think there's a lot of misplaced value a lot of the time. And instead of valuing the way we get to places, folks want to act as though they have the answer despite they aren't providing any engagement. But the fact that they aren't even getting to a place of going, okay, here's a possible solution, or don't even understand this conversation as a way to foment more solutions, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, that's true.
They would deny, and I see it constantly in this chat, which, by the way, I gotta point out, you must be doing a good thing, Jack, because only when you're doing a good thing do all of the real pushback people show up, because they are threatened that you might upend in some way their simplicity of idea or ideal.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Okay.
You said earlier that we're done with trolls. We're not. Trolls are going to be trolls, and it doesn't matter whether you're good or bad. They're going to hit every platform. That's what they do. And that's why I popped up, Jack. 1.5 seconds. Kudos, brother. You don't need those kind of distractions. And I appreciate Flo not saying anything while I was here. Thank you again. Have a good night, Jack.
I actually do agree with him to some degree. I think it was maybe a misstatement on my part to say there's no more trolls, or the age where that's cool and acceptable was when you were 16, and when you don't get out of that contrarianism as your way of dealing with anything that challenges you. That's what I'm talking about. Is kind
you
of
guys got to stop treating insincere people like they're
sincere. Or hey, if
you're
a troll, just get better at it. Like up your game.
Yeah. Like, attaching everything in somebody's house to their ceiling. I'm not saying you should do that, but that's a troll.
Trolls need to evolve.
Into what?
Something more better, more
gargoyle.
sophisticated, something more modern age, future. We're in the future.
Charizard.
We can all evolve into decent human beings. I think it's within reach of everybody. Just decent, right? And even decent, that's kind of a loose term. Just how about less offensive? Snafu, if you're listening, is there possibly a less offensive version of you, one that's easier to get along
Obviously
with?
not. Most of us that are decent, we were already decent years ago. Like that book, Everything I Learned in Kindergarten or whatever. Like most of this shit I knew by kindergarten, not like how to be a decent person.
But the
So if
world
they didn't pick it up.
The world then teaches us different than that. Because you're right. We do learn the basics of being honest and authentic when we're children. Ideally. I mean, that's
that
first
man.
Except the demon children.
Well,
What do y'all think? What do y'all think of the value that's it's a sociological thing? It's kind of a test, about the people who put their shopping cart back are kind.
I always do that. It bothers me not to put my cart back.
So what do you guys think about that as an actual value? Because I think personally, I think it has some statement. I don't know about kindness so much, but as
conscientiousness and pro-social ability.
Demonstrates nothing.
Consideration.
Those cart boys prefer to walk
Thinking
around
beyond
the shopping,
yourself. So
the shopping
responsibility.
Those cart boys prefer to wander around the parking lot and get stray carts than to actually push the huge rows of them back in.
No.
Oh
But
yeah.
Is that what we're talking about though? Flo?
Man, I've worked that job. I know what it's like. It is way better to wander out to the edge of the parking lot, smoke a cigarette, and get that loose cart.
So would you prefer us not to put our cart back because we're helping you?
Yeah.
Have something to do and get a smoke break.
Yeah.
But I mean, once again, it's not the question though. It's not the question. It's whether or not you think that the person who puts the cart back It's not about the person who's getting it as a job and doing it later. It's about whether or not the person who puts the cart back or isn't is defined by that action. Do you think that?
Well, I mean,
I don't think they're defined by it, but I think it's one
indicator.
Like
since I know how
one thing to consider, like one metric. I mean, they could put the car back and go home and beat their wife, but we don't know.
Yeah, like I personally think like people who throw garbage around, they like smell, look bad, they like, you know, kind of talk like weird, you know, then they kind of have like fucked up appearance, like they're kind of like wearing sweatpants and shit like that. You know, I personally think that those people are in bad formation, but I never say that to them, you know, in public. You know, I just kind of just avoid, like I just treat them as if they were, you know, kingly, you know. But yeah, you know, I guess I'm just magnanimous. But yeah, the thing is, I always notice like their behavior. You know, I notice like that this person is unclean, like that they're throwing garbage around, you know, that they're around a bunch of garbage, that they're uncleanly, uncouth, you know, that type of shit. It definitely affects me. If somebody smells bad, they have like bad breath or some shit like that. It's a terrible thing. You know, it's definitely uncharitable type of behavior for others, and it reflects somebody who doesn't care about others in a very you know, like sort of primal way, you know, and that displays that you actually don't have purity of heart. You know, like they say, you know, godliness and cleanliness and purity, you know, purity is really an aspect of heart. You know, that's heart consciousness. You know, that's not going to come from your head. You know, it's going to be about, you know, how you know, just like, you know, it might not be, you know, I'm not saying like, you know, like you got to have like all these nice clothes and shit, but if you're going to an event, you wear the nicest thing you have, you know, because you care about the place. You know what I mean? Right? Like that matters. It matters to me, you know, when people do it for me, I you know, but yeah, man, you know, I really believe that, but you know,
I agree.
A sense of decorum.
Yeah, all you got to do is watch court TV on YouTube. Different courts, the way people present themselves when they do zoom in is just totally.
They zoom into court now.
Yeah, oh, they've been doing Zoom court.
God.
I hate lottery ticket people.
Oh,
they stand at the fucking gas station counter and want to scratch all their tickets and take them all before they move out of the way.
And then get another one when they win 50
Get another
cents.
one, like, oh, we scan. Oh, give me another one of them and them. Man, get the fuck out of here. Go to the casino. I know it's payday, but it's not.
So, do we think that these small infractions of social ineptitude are something that actually reverberate and metastasize or get larger, or do we think that these things are something that are part and parcel of us giving grace to others for their lack of self-awareness?
Some of it's cultural too.
I think I would say the latter, not the former, but yeah, you know, that'd be my personal.
I think it's all bit both.
Life is interesting. There's a lot of different characters and a lot of different life every day, it brings us new experiences, maybe that we haven't figured out before, and it's hard to know what the answers are. But what this world has taught us is many of us have been taught to be afraid if we don't have the answers, to become nervous if we don't have the answers, right? And not to take actions without the answers, because you don't want to be wrong. You get punished if you're wrong. So the fear of being wrong, the fear of making mistakes, often keeps a lot of us from growing. The key is being present and getting out of the mind, getting into the heart. And there is so much benefit from the practice of meditation and prayer, the practice of training your mind to focus, training your mind to go within. And seriously, through proper exercise of the mind, you can reduce your physical activity because you think things through. And if you think things through, you can find the more efficient path rather than, you know, rushing out and making a bunch of mistakes through trial and error. We can do it either way, but I have found I found the benefit, and then I've been practicing and learning and practicing ways for myself. Choose more, do less, right? Think things through, use the tools, the resources that we have to the best of ability, the most efficient use. And if you consider your body, your day, your time, every day that we're awake, we are utilizing energy, and we can deplete our energy pretty quickly. So pay attention to how your energy is being spent. If you're frustrated and angry, those energies are depleting us before we even take any actions. Living in the heart is the way. It really is.
Well, what's the first step to living in your heart, Jack, as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
There's many first steps, but the goal is to surrender and to accept, to surrender to the truth, to accept the truth, and through the truth, through the facts, really building the practice of appreciation and gratitude. Because after humbling ourselves to the facts, the real reality, the real life we're living in the moment, then you build appreciation, and then with gratitude you feel good, you share love with others.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that starts on a individual local level, and it builds from there. Because if I'm not trying to help somebody throughout my day, whether it's me or an animal I take care of, a neighbor, it doesn't matter. It has to start with the individual, and then it has to go out from there. I just can't drive down to the complex down here and get on a soapbox and tell everybody this is the way you got to live. I have to show them how to live.
Do you?
That's one of the things that Chuck is bringing up that I like that I'd like to go off of because he is talking about willpower and there is some critical things. If you just analyze around you, there are some critical challenges around you, things that you've been thinking of, ways to better yourself, but you just kind of put it off. And there's also things that people you might want to call, that you think like it's too hard to have that conversation, so you just put it off till later, and that's the thing, is that the heart gives us courage to do those things now instead of put them off for later, because we don't have tomorrow. In the logical world, you always think, man, this will come to that, and then I'll have another few weeks to work things out, and you can always plan things, but all plans are subject to collusion. But what is in the heart is deeply personal, and it's never going to be perfect. You just have to go with what now, and that takes courage to do that. Just go right to the, as they say, go to the heart of the matter. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you got to go to the center, the thing that it stands out the most, but you also ignore the most. That's the place you want to focus on, because it's like, there's a reason why that thing's being ignored. It's because of a lack of courage, facing up to yourself, what you want to challenge yourself. Like, and that's what Chuck is kind of saying, like locally, you could start now. There's a bunch of things you're putting off now that you're afraid to do right now. So it's like, how do you practice heart instead of mind? Stop thinking about it and just do those things now.
Yeah.
Don't wait to call your mom. Don't wait to, talk to your dad. It's just like, all of those types of little things.
Where
those
is everybody? I'm sorry, Machine. I didn't mean to cut you off. But the question comes up before we go too far. Where are you getting your courage from? Where do you find your courage from? And where does it well for everybody? I mean, because I think everybody here has the courage to step up on the panel and share their thoughts or just be here. So that's courageous in itself, especially in the state of affairs. But where are people pulling their well of courage from?
The creator.
Yeah, it has to be coming directly from God, because I have not single thing to offer in this world other than my time and my patience with others, you know. So really, I mean, you know, like, why am I here? You know what I mean? Like, what am I getting for it? You know, what are the people that are doing any of this, like, you know, getting for it? I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd have to say it's got to be from the love. And since I was up all night last night and, you know, I got like 1 hour of sleep, I don't think it's coming from me at this point. You know? So, you know, because I'm dead, like I'm like half dead as I'm talking. I'm blowed out of my mind. So something is coming through me. Like there's no fucking way that this is me saying all these words. Bullshit. You know, whatever I'm saying came from God, and the mistakes I make come from me. Those are for me to realize and to fix. You know, but the good things, that the truth I lay forward, it doesn't come from me. Give me a fucking break. You know, that's crazy talk, you know.
Speaking of which, speaking of courage, by the way, I just want to mention that somebody's playing White Bowser in the chat, and that takes courage because someone who likes me, you know, somebody who like me can recognize what that is, and I'll chase you down later on and make a fool of you.
What's White
That's
Bowser?
elsewhere. Oh, it's something involved with a whole other group of people that you don't want to know. That's if anybody thinks they're a troll, they're a troll. No, you're really, truly on the massive level. No, but anyways, not to say to invite these things, but trust, you don't want to go in there if you don't know people. And playing the White Bowser, if you don't know what that is, that's somebody who's not a very cool person that other people are basically attacking and trolling. But it takes a certain set of courage, a certain set of cojones, let's say, to come into somebody else's chat in a philosophical environment and play a character that only a few people will really know. So it's niche. Courage. Where that comes from, I would say it's not the normal space, by the way, not where you're getting it from. So how do we differentiate? This is where I was going with this, by the way. How do we differentiate that? How do we differentiate the courage that comes from, let's say, the Almighty, the absolute, comparative to the courage that comes from false ideation or selfishness? Or how do we discern that? And is there a value difference? Do we see one as better than the other?
You're back in your head.
True. Yeah, I am. Because I think that there's something here about how people approach these things from the two angles. You know, I think that what Machine is talking about is what we're finding courage in our love, in our heart, in our being. I know I call mine from some unknown source as well, you know. But I also see that some folks come in playing or being, or just, you know, some folks on the panel even come up and they may not have the best interest, but damn, do they have courage? Is that as valuable? Is that the same? I think that's my question. Jack?
I don't know if it's courage or ignorance, lack of care. Ooh, lack of care sometimes comes across as courage.
Yeah. Recklessness, indifference.
Recklessness. Interesting. That's actually what I see a lot of. I try not to judge too harshly, even the trolls, the people who are clearly choosing to be trollish. I try not to judge too much. I try to trust that we're all figuring ourselves out. People don't know what they've not yet learned. And some of the things we have learned in this lifetime are not very healthy, not very practical. And that's what I've learned about others too. The more stories I've listened to, the more people who I've met, the more I see how distinctly different people can actually be based on their real life experience, what they've been taught. A real simple, obvious example, child coming out of poverty without a lot of civility or domestic ideals within the home, without a lot of relationships. Someone coming from a rough, poor lifestyle gets taught that if they want something in life, they got to be tough. They got to take it. And that's what a lot of this society is. A lot of children have been taught that in order to survive in this world, they've got to be tough and they've got to take. what they want. It's egoic.
You gotta earn what you get. You just
According
don't
to who?
take.
According to who? Actually, that's another false presumption of the world, this idea that earning and worthiness. God is determinate. God determines what we earn. The results are chosen by God. Man in this world is, it's the way it's set up. I don't know. I'm getting off there. The idea of earning, though, that concept of I have to earn this, otherwise I can't receive it. Coming up with a lot of fear and insecurity, a lot of people they've got issues with self-worth. They don't feel worthy. And people that don't feel worthy feel like they've earned it. Well, they're not going to take that hand. They're not going to take the kindness that's been offered to them. I've done that myself. And that's why I caution, break away from the idea of earning. And I don't know.
Earning builds character.
It does. It does. So, yes, but unfortunately, we don't focus on the character as much as we focus on the results, right? I mean, you guys have seen the narratives that I've been facing. Consistent criticism about my lack of results. Well, I tell you what, my first goal was to improve my character. I think I've been succeeding in my goals, to be honest.
What results are they expecting from you? Are they saying that they're not seeing?
Lack of money, lack of whatever, relationships, the real life, the real world I'm living in. There's a lot of reasons.
I just saw a comment in the chat while the power went out, Jack, and it said something about you being meaningless or somebody on the panel being meaningless. And I thought to myself, I said, you're spending time here trying to bother someone else, trying to downgrade someone else. And you're telling him they're meaningless. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Makes a lot of sense, don't it?
Yeah.
Get a hold of
Show us
yourself,
where you
brother.
get your meaning.
This is the world we live in, and these are the characters that the world has created. We don't really get to escape the world and all the people in it.
Yeah, we have to realize
we don't get to escape, so we've got to learn.
We do on the panel. Like we're on the panels, we have some control of who we get exposed to or not.
We do have a little
and
bit.
Even in our life, like we have a control of who we let into our house, who we associate with outside. So the random strangers know, but there is some way to kind of curate the people in your life.
Yeah, you got to integrate reality at some point.
Do we though? What becomes our reality?
Yeah, what is reality?
Yeah, at what point we have this issue, by the way, somebody mentioned this earlier. How do we get everybody together when not everybody sees the same reality? And this is a question for us that's tough because it's from the beginning of time. We're all living within our own little sector of reality as we see it. We can go into the perceptual arguments and particle physics of it, but the truth is we all kind of see what we see based off our culture and based off of our raising and our own experiences. So how do we get that reality?
What if we all live in the non-aggression principle or by the golden rule? And then it doesn't matter what Jeff believes or what Machine Live believes or Jack Talcott believes. It doesn't matter because none of us are harming each other if we live by that rule.
Fuck yeah, Moose.
Based.
That's really, this is the gist. This is what I've been suggesting. We individually and collectively, we've overcomplicated life. Sincerely. It doesn't matter.
That works on a small scale with a small group of people. The more you scale up and adding more people, you get more of the extreme elements and the anomalies, and that then not everyone's going to be able to operate off of the same social contract.
Now, how do we find a contract? And you mentioned this before, and we were talking about this actually yesterday. We were kind of coming to this point before the end of the panel. I'm glad you brought this back up, Jack, Jeff, because I want to know what, Jack, you see, because this is the great challenge. We were talking about this earlier, as the way to get those communities at the, what would it be? The point of fail point, when it gets large enough to where you can't.
Well, Scott Peck calls it, it's the transition from a pseudo community to a genuine or authentic community.
There you go. How do you get those communities, genuine communities, to communicate and work properly together within your system? What do you think is the approach?
Conflict is one of the way he record, like communities grow through healthy conflict, but it also takes a amount of psychological maturity on the part of the individuals, I think, just from the start to achieve. Like, not everybody can be a part of the communities that develop to that stage.
Hey, I want to jump into this topic because this is a question. I was actually thinking of shutting it down, but this has really piqued my interest. The topic came up the other day. My idea, or I brought up the concept of a world community, and there's resistance, and I listened to the resistance, but the thought I'm wondering, we know the history, tribal mindset is within us. I actually see community as a potentially a more civilized evolution of the tribe. Do you think that's fair? Is a tribal mindset the one that conforms and then fights? Can we have communities cooperating?
I think the tribal mindset is unavoidable because it's built into our hardware as humans, but there can be an evolution in the quality of the tribalism. I don't know about the scale of I don't know if our brains are ever going to, at least not at this point in history, wired for a global community where we see every other human on the planet the same way we would see someone in our tribe. But I think the quality of the tribes that we do form can perhaps evolve.
All right. See, and I can, where I listen to the feedback and I understand the nature of us, and as the community or the group grows, there's statistics where it shows, there's a falling off, a breaking point there where we outgrow it. But just like individuals can cooperate, if we can improve, I think actually this is it. As we improve the quality of the communities, just as individuals can work together, quality communities can work together, and we can reduce the conflicts and the wars. I know we can.
And individual communities can work together too. Just like individuals can form communities, communities can come together and form some larger something. But I don't think it's going to be the global level that you're looking at. So you can have this ecosystem of communities. As we talked about yesterday, individuals can be part of different communities. So we're not talking about static units. It's more of a dynamic concept.
Yes. And that was the other part that really opened my mind up to that is the truth. And actually, the Veterans for Peace meeting last night, the men and women involved in the local chapter here, they are spread out through the community. They're connected in with all of these other organizations and groups, and it's almost like a center point.
Yeah.
Of,
a hub or a node.
Yeah. And that's the example of what you're talking about, belonging to multiple communities. And if we can tie those communities together, which is probably what's happening already naturally, we do this.
Do you think that they actually seek out war as opposed to peace?
Yes.
I disagree, because even Trump was crossing massive borders to try to bring peace as opposed to war.
I didn't see that. I heard that rhetoric, but I didn't see a lot of
the Abraham Accord.
Same old chasing prophets and
no, the Abraham Accord was a good point, where he was trying to bring the region together through peace as opposed to out fighting each other.
It created that appearance, and that's for sure.
And I think when we get into, Chuck, I think when we get into the diplomatic policy of the stuff that goes on between countries, you start to get to kind of what what Jeff is pointing out, where you have the community that may not agree with that, and the diplomats that are seeking to kind of push an idea that they think will work, and there's a disconnect between those two places because the people may not be with it.
Like for example, just in that example, because I had Kushner there on my thumbnail yesterday, and he was one of the main actors in the Abraham Accord kind of thing. And it's important to realize that he goes to the grave of the Lubavitcher and goes and prays. So he's actually not just a Jew like Aaron here, but he's a messianic. He's of a messianic stripe. So he takes it to a kind of another level where they want the Mashiach to come back, and they have like the return of the third temple and all of that kind of stuff. So the guy, like Jack said, it has the appearance, of peace on the front of it, but it's actually a bunch of NGOs and all these organizations that also control.
Is it not a starting point for something better?
If it's real, it is, but otherwise, it's my view. It's my view. It's Trump in my perspective. It's clear he was controlled opposition. Most of these government officials become that. And the question you asked, Chuck, do you really believe that they're starting wars intentionally? I do, because it's self-preservation. Okay, and once we create an organization, once we create a business or a government, it is a new entity that people will dedicate their lives to making sure it survives, because they think the government is them and the Defense Department is me. So if I got to justify my job, and my job is what cares for my family and putting my daughters through school, so my job in the Defense Department relies upon wars. You better believe they're starting wars just to make us believe that they're important.
I don't believe that.
Well, I'd also say, Chuck, I don't know if you're familiar with the term, but what Kushner and many like him, as well as in the Christian right and in the extreme Muslim factions, and in a number of these factions who want the quote unquote end of the world so we can change everything to the beginning, it's called accelerationism. And to believe that there is an accelerationist within all of our systems would be kind of missing some of the truth of the matter, that systems are made up of people, and you're going to get all kinds of people in them. And when you give greed a little leeway to, earn its way through war, you will get ideas like, when there's blood in the streets, the real estate is cheap. And that, even though it's not probably the point of the politic or the government, it may be the part of those who do wage the war, who do impart the war, who do fire the first shot. And a lot of the times, what I have found in my reading and research is that wars aren't started by the governments. They're started by a dude on the front line who has somebody in front of them who may be an accelerationist who goes, press the button. And they do. And that's how wars tend to start, or diplomatic faux pas. Some of the weirdest things that have ever started in the world, that started wars in the world, were diplomatic faux pas. And
yes, I agree.
I have heard of the Tartarian truth, by the way, and Andreas Zerdis all day long, by the way.
Hey, what about the the Iraq thing in Afghanistan, where they started setting up the opium fields, and then pharmaceutical companies started shilling out a bunch of opiates? I mean,
we
wars
have
are
no
fought for that too.
interest. We don't have an interest in there at the present.
I'm not saying we do. I'm saying the people that are causing the wars do.
They did. Yeah. There's a lot of evidence of that. It's been absolute corruption. This world, guys, what if, right? What if this is God's plan to show us the levels of corruption in the world, to show us the human trafficking, the adrenochrome, the dungs, the deep underground military bases, all of the evidence of MK Ultra, of the government's mind control, the government's involvement in overthrowing governments all around the world. What if this is God's plan showing us? What are you going to do? God's saying, right? This is the world that you have created, and this is the world that I have given to you. What do you want to do? I mean, because the corruption is being revealed for a reason. People are risking their lives trying to get news out, whistleblowers trying to put the pieces together of these histories and stuff, with the idea, I believe, that if others know, as more people know, maybe we'll solve these problems.
Well, I think sometimes the solutions are worse than the problems, and that goes with kind of people rushing to fix things that aren't really broken, because really the best things in life are free, and the best type of help is unprofessional, to a large extent, because but yeah, the solution seems paradoxical though, because and it goes with what you guys were talking about, tribalism, and in the sense of that you have to think globally but plan locally, but that's in the territory of the mind. When you go into doing things, you have to treat big things like they're small, and small things as if they're really important, because they're the immediate things that you can focus on. So in terms of doing, you take a different approach than what you do in terms of planning things, so because when you plan things, you look at the bigger picture, but yeah.
I don't know. Hey guys, I don't mean to throw the wrench in suddenly, but we've been running pretty long. I'm feeling like shutting it down, if that's all right. It is all right. I'm asking permission, but I mean,
who's got a live going tonight?
I think that's what you were doing, Jack, was you were giving us a chance to find the next place, the next watering hole.
That is what I'm encouraging. What's that, Barbie?
That's what I was gonna do, was go over to my channel. I'm just messing around with the green screen, so.
Oh yeah, I just noticed you green screen.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be messing around with that.
You're gonna do a panel, you think?
Yeah, probably. I'll just be over there goofing off. If anybody wants to come over there, we can just move over there.
Can you throw your link in the back chat?
Yeah, or
Yeah.
even in the
Front-
front chat.
Front chat too.
Either one.
Jeff, apparently somebody's got your tiny grapes in their hand.
Yeah, tiny grapes.
Well, she says they're tiny. I guess that they're
Oh, that's
man-sized.
Melody. Moron. I don't. In one ear, not the other.
Yes. No, I only said that because that's kind of her to be holding gently. Your grapes. I think that's, I don't think she realizes.
Yeah, I didn't even know I had any grapes to hold, so thank you.
Oh, yeah. That's a flex. That's a flex. The audience is holding your grapes.
I'm touched.
You literally.
What color are the grapes?
By the way, Grape Daily, amazing channel.
Grape Daily?
Grape Daily, same video of grapes, same song. I think they're on day 2593.
Wait, what? Well, how's that great?
Yeah.
Grape Daily.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Well,
if you want a little funniness, it's existed for a long time. Anyway, sorry.
Anyways,
all right, Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Take care. I guess the party's going to Barbie's. I'm gonna go try to get something to eat, and then I might stop by later.
Sounds good. Please. Yep. I'm gonna start tossing people the back. Aaron, Chuck.
I'll bail out, Jack. Thanks for a good panel tonight. Appreciate it.
All right, brother. Thank you, Chuck.
And thank you, Jack, as usual, for having me on. Machine Lies. There's a couple of things you covered last night I'd love to talk to you at length about, actually, because I think between the two of us, we could probably illuminate people to the weird background of things they are kind of ignorant about in religious practices and ideas. And
I got your back on that anytime you want, my friend. Yes,
that'd be amazing. And you're always welcome on my side. And Jack, you're always welcome on my panel. And thank you for hosting these things. It is really a wonderful place to share. And the people that come up here are really intelligent and well-spoken. So thank you for that, man. I will find the button on my way out.
All right, brother. Aaron, thank you very
Amen.
much, friend. You do rock. Barbie, did
Yep.
you
I'm
you
getting
still
that
working
I'm
on
getting the link set up now, so I'll leave it in the chat either here or I'll leave it in the comments if you go ahead and shut it down. But I'm getting it now.
I'm going to toss you to the back and finish up my stuff. Thank you, my friend. Machine Lies.
Yeah, I was just talking about a little bit about how there's no divisions in the heart. You know, the mind focuses on analysis. A house divided cannot stand, and a man cannot serve two masters. So let that be a lesson to the wise. Between the heart and the mind. Let's not have any divisions, but let's have them touch and agree. But yeah, bless you guys. And you guys have a blessed night. I'm praying for all of you. Thank you.
Respect, brother. Thank you. And we'll talk again soon.
We got original gun claps. Make your ass run back. Run one time. Oh, y'all can kiss, but the sun don't shine. I want mine. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. He's stepping in hot to this year. The rain coming like a hurricane with no fear. Cause in the streets we ain't got no peace. Shoot the beast from the east, but you run from police. Don't try me, cause I be the bomb like Bozzy. Straight from OGC, you heat shit up like Hawaii. 5 when I'm live like a 4-wheel drive. Every day I strive to make y'all rappers realize how dangerous Strangle gets on the microphone. When Louisville zones, it gets me hyper. The type to snipe your ass from up close. This is the boot camp show. I'm your host, Starang Wonder. No relation to Stevie. And no, I'm not West Indian or Haitian, but I'm on probation for knocking whack MCs out daily. Plus I fly heads like comments from Alex Haley. Now tell me, won't this fucking verse right here turn a whack rapper's day into his worst nightmare? I scare petty MCs who claim they got gats, fronting with hoes and videos with pimp hats. But the fact still remains that you're just a stain on the bottom of my boots while I'm still stirring BCC. From 90 now past 2000, make y'all heads in the crowd out there wonder how we be still stepping in hotter this year.
Louisville, no fear, will shed no tears. Dare you to come near, baby, that ass. I pull bats, cock back, release, then smash. Niggas is stuck on stupid, OD'd off Cupid. Bitches and switches is strictly how they have to do it, like Montel. Jordan, I'm giving a warning. You keep that shit up, and niggas will be caving your walls in. But as they close in, chumps get chosen, stand stiff frozen. Caught this hair fleets of odds is potent, so hold it. Watch how you take those totes, cause you're next to be your last year when all she wrote. Killed the smoke, took no delaying. On sidelines I'm wasting, procrastinating in sin, so there'll be no delaying.
Now he's stepping in hotter this year. D.O. Big Kahuna coming in with no fear, oh yeah. Y'all niggas over there, y'all be frontin', claiming y'all own a gun, but when you see us, you run. Now this is one thing Top Dog can't understand. What? Why men get mangled, why men get mad, so I asked my brother until he told me. He caught these brothers flapping, had to smack him with the chrome piece. Now it's only Uno and Dos, he and him. He's blowing up spots no matter if he's enemy or friend. So put the end to all the bullshit, I pull shit quick. And you a gun fool, I can't forget how you get down, cause I get down with 4 pounds that make sounds from underground. Now you don't wanna come around here, that's disappointment for life. I'm making sure I'm the one that's taking all your stripes. Now by way, while I get my yipes on, peace to my nigga O Strong, home with the chrome. We be stepping in hotter this year. Mike G, Roy, you flush BQE, no fair. Baby, stepping in hotter this year. Sneak attack, Big C, East New York, no fair. Who be stepping in hotter this year? Shucky Ducky, Eddie Machete coming in with no fear. We be stepping in hotter this year. Magnum Force, bad vibes, and mess with no fear. Brownsville, Mr. Walton, the place to be. Always representing with the OGCs. Got my niggas from back in the days, always representing throughout the PJs. B-double-O, B-double-O, act like you know, you already know. Yo, what's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal, yo? What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? Louis, what's up, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? Leo, what's up, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? Starring, what's up, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? BCC, always at the place to be, 99.
What's life like, man? What's your life like, nigga? You chilling?
No, I'm
maintaining.
fighting, nigga. I ain't chilling till I own a couple of
Well,
buildings.
you know
you
why?
heard?
You know why? Because a lot of this hip hop shit's fucked up nowadays. That's why, niggas.
Feel
Yo,
me,
you know what? A lot of niggas ain't really natural. You know what I'm saying?
Word gotta come from the heart within a nigga, man. You know
Word
what I
up,
mean?
no doubt. From the heart. Stop trying to sound like cats that's already out. Be original, nigga.
Word is born, nigga.
So I think it's about that time that we get into some real shit, you know? Hey, yo, by the way, your headquarters. There go my man right now. Tell him who you be, son.
It's that wise older brother, that mime older brother, still that nine holy brother, spitting like no other. I smother other rappers as they gasp for air. Came to give you exactly what you asked for here. I'm like a one-man task force here, and once again, brains up in as I go half with premiere. Here, I give you the mic, psych. This is my stage, kid. You'll feel my rage, kid, tonight. Who's gangster? Who's flossing? Who's thugging? Who's boss, man? I'm here to get respect from LA to Boston. My celly rings often, cause I got the goods. MCs ride the wood. Any beef, I got the hoods. Now come now. What the heck were you thinking? Fail the dum-dums now. Leaving you numb while you leaking. I'm speaking just to let you rap pros know. Ain't no gimmicks, no phony image, cause I'm a natural. The natural, the actual, the factual, the classical, the radical. Wanna act tough? We ain't mad at you. It's just that we're here to adjust your phony attitude. Gangstar, we holding it down just like a cattle do. The natural, the actual, the factual, the classical, the radical. Wanna act tough? We ain't mad at you. It's just that we're here to adjust your phony attitude. Gangstar, we holding it down just like a cattle do. So natural, chicks in VIP come downstairs. Rush me in pairs. Shouldn't have brought them around here. The rules say don't check the pimp, check the hoe, check the flow. I'm all up in the trap, catching a bankroll. My steel shank holds one in the chamber like Antonio. Of course I'm a stand-up guy, but you don't know me though. I'm righteous, but I might just unveil my portfolio. The plot just thickened, and you get stricken like polio. Who's so-and-so? I'm tired of the lackluster busters. It's the black General Custer, the king conductor, the dust ya, touch ya, cause you had the nerve to try and conjure a way to surpass the master, but now I bombed ya. Skiggy Airman style like Lieutenant Lee Archer. 5'8" Guru the Great, still a tree sparker. I see farther than you average rap pros, son, here's a rattle. You never seen battle, I'm a natural. The natural, the actual, the factual, the classical, the radical. Wanna act tough? We ain't mad at you, it's just that we're here to adjust your phony attitude. Gangstar, we holding it down just like a cattle do. The natural, the actual, the factual, the classical, the radical. Wanna act tough? We ain't mad at you, it's just that we're here to adjust your phony attitude. Gangstar, we holding it down just like a cattle do.
Move. There's no telling what I'ma do. I'm 80,000 years of natural selection coming through. You ain't got as much aggression, possessions, weapons. I'll be damned if I get outdone by the next man. If your beliefs are different than mine, then we gonna fight. Who needs peace when you can profit from being right? I hold picket signs outside abortion clinic doors. Take what I want with force, and my God could kill yours. God dirty hippie, commie, scum, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Jew, Democrat, factory working, college student, you. My nervous system don't take no bullshit. Been dominating since the day I touched the monolith. I only breed with sex symbol worthy women. They stay at home and cook while I go out and make a living. Don't challenge my ego, don't step on my shoe. Otherwise the next wake that you attend might be for you.
Purpose, perseverance, wordless amoeba surface to lead the first coherent Paleolithic circus. Specific neural circuits link man to Neanderthal. However, recent biochemical imprints conflict with primitive urges. It's full-blown ontological warfare, murdering memories of the future 2 million years. Peace is a word we often say, but it can't exist as long as the ape is here to stay.